Tum-dee-tum. 1, 2, testing. Properties, US.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Let me just start recording. On the 1, 2, 3, properties, filters. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see if we can maybe get a little bit of compression on this thing. We'll try it like that and see. Output gain just a little bit. And there we are. I've got to play that back to that video back to me. Video. I've got to just play that back and see. Oh, I can't hear a thing. Don't mean a thing if you can't hear a thing. Put on headphones, please. Not the world's greatest audio, but it will do. So, yes, what am I doing? That's a good question. Several years ago, I decided to make an experimental game engine in C. Oh, yes. And there were some very good reasons for doing this. Main one being I wanted to get the whole object-orientated way of looking at programming out of my head. My reasoning was if I used C, it would be better than trying to use object-orientated programming to make a good architecture, and I took it quite a way. I ended up making a whole engine with a vector graphic simulation, including the shaders to make a glow on the lines and all of that. And it was hot reloading of shaders. It was all of the models, which of course were line rendering models. They were all sort of stored in an SQL database, PostgreSQL, just about all the experimental features that I wanted. I had coroutines implemented in C. It just went on and on. And I took it to the point where I wanted to make it multiplayer, and I was just working on the networking code. And then life took over. This is quite a long time ago now. This is way before the pandemic, all the rest of it. And now I want to answer a different question. I'm ready for this. What is this different question? The different question is, what would it be like to make a video game engine using the latest C++. Well, the latest that I got reasonable support for, which is C++ 20 at this point. The 23 standard has been released. And I didn't intend to do this. I started off by wanting to work on my Phi programming language, which is another one of my research projects. I picked these up and dropped them as availability in my life changes for doing research. Here is the module that I built. It's quite short, as you can see, but what it's doing is it's emulating a hypothetical Phi microprocessor. I have this idea of designing a Phi microprocessor. This is a microprocessor that works using the same architectural philosophies of Phi. Theoretically, if you do this, you make a microprocessor that doesn't need a clock. It doesn't have a program counter. That's quite exciting for a bunch of reasons. But of course, as happens, I started off doing that. I was using C++ 20, and then I got sucked into making an engine. So here I am, and I'm working on that. That's enough of an intro. Boom. Right, what was that? I don't think you can hear the audio from my computer. Let me see if I can add that. I'm going to add... Oh, no. How do you add that? That's a good question. Audio capture. I should be able to delete this one. Right, so audio input capture. Bear with me while I'm figuring out my different things here. I want to add audio output capture, not input. I'm the wrong blooming thing. And so then we can put the audio output capture. Let me abort this. We'll see how we do. I don't know if you heard that. Dong. Did you hear that? He says to an audience of, is there anybody out there? Yeah, I think that was there. Let me make that a bit quieter. All right. So yeah, but it's a bit of a switch from going and making a hypothetical research or test game engine in C to making it in C++ 20. But it's quite interesting. C++ 20, I haven't had much of a chance to play with this over the last few years. I really like it because it allows you to do things that are very much more like what you could do in C, but better. So, you know, I find that quite amusing, actually. And what I'm working on right now is the property tree. What is a property tree? A property tree is an architectural construct I first designed in the late 90s. And I'm implementing it in C++. I was just implementing the parser, and now we're testing the parser out. And we have an error. Let's have a look. And if I retry, I can get to where the thing is. And yeah, there was an error that was generated because it could not tokenize. What could it not tokenize? I don't know. It sort of prints what it couldn't tokenize, but it's blank. I think what might be an idea is I look at this. I think it's always a good idea to sort of delimit a debug of a string, if you could better understand what it is. Is it really blank? Oh, not entirely blank. There's a new line. Now, this thing was working before. It was working before when I did this. When I had the input text that was being parsed in a test string. Now I'm reading it from a file. Now it doesn't parse. All right. So, tell you what, let's have a look at when it generates that error message that it couldn't parse, because this is the tokenizer. And I'm really proud of this tokenizer. Look how big it is. It's so tiny. And over here you have the different regular expressions for grabbing the tokens. This is just elegant. Has an array of the different regular expressions and scans through matching them. And I probably over-engineered even this. I mean, it's like, okay, each one of these has a lambda for how it deals with the token. I'm probably really... I don't know. Yeah. I thought I had in mind that I could do specific processing for each of the tokens. Maybe I could switch to that. But anyway, right now all it does is create a token class with the correct type and the actual text of the thing that has been tokenized. So it's in the tokenizer, and then we get this error here. And I'm also doing something interesting because this is also because it's research. It's about researching elegant ways of solving engineering problems in C++20. I'm using coroutines. So the interesting thing with that is, well, I probably didn't need to use coroutines for this, but since I have coroutines, it means that I could parse a very big file over time, because by using coroutines it means that it simplifies the whole thing of running a virtual machine, a state machine, over time, parsing a file. So you could imagine that while the game is running, it could actually be loading in new configuration data without having dropping frames, for example. But so common that you want to do that kind of thing for performance. I was trying it with the coroutines. That's the first time I've been trying to use C++20 coroutines. Seems all right. But what we're going to do right now is take a look at this error. And this is all prototype code. It's not production code. And I have a different way of working when I'm working in prototyping. There's no point in polishing something that's going to fundamentally change. So you get a balance between, you know, clean engineering and quick prototyping. So I'm using like asserts everywhere, and I can tidy that up and find a better way of dealing with those later. But as it happens, this isn't an assert here. This is where it finds the error, and we got there. And so it couldn't tokenize. What couldn't it tokenize? Let's have a look here. Oh, look at that. It's a Bill Gates moment. Thank you, Bill Gates. I dedicate this bug to you and your decision to end every line with a carriage return and a line feed. 2 characters to represent the end of lines. I suppose it made it easier to write the printer driver. I think it's rare that a day passes that I don't have a Bill Gates moment. A backslash instead of a forward slash, or an end of the line with a carriage return in it. At some point, it'll get you. So what? And of course, this is why it wasn't visible, because it's a non-printable, well, ish character. But basically, the problem here is when it says it could not tokenize. It could not tokenize looking at this string, as you can see there, and so it's unable to tokenize \r \n. I'm kind of curious as to why there's zeros after that, but I will get to that. That's a little troubling for other reasons, but anyway. So what I guess we need to do is change our definition of a white space to include carriage returns. Yes. Let's give that a go. Now, I wonder what the name of this stream is. I don't even know. Is the stream even working? Who knows? Are we public? Who knows? I think I better check, because I haven't streamed in so long. Let's try and take a look at this. Well, yes, it does actually look like we are live. Of course, nobody knows about the stream, but that's all right. So, what am I gonna do? I am going to just run this again and see where we get to. And it says it could not tokenize again, but what can't it tokenize now? And now it can't tokenize a blank string. And that, as we're looking at this listing here, it's printing the remainder of the string, the remainder of the input to tokenize. And you can see it slowly. Here we have, it consumes the white space. It consumes the open brace. Consumes some white space. Consumes an identifier. Consumes white space. Funny, it didn't find equals, did it? Let's look at, you know what, I'm going to go through the sequence. It found hello, followed by white space, followed by an open brace. Ah, there's a bug. This will be from where I started to parse directly from a file. E1. And the weird thing is, it says it's white space. It doesn't quite make sense. So let's see, we start off with this whole thing, and then it found the identifier, which is hello. So actually this refers to the above. That was a bit confusing. So this is actually referring to this. So it found the identifier hello. It found this white space. It found this open brace. There we go. But it found this white space. It's supposed to print what it found. So here it says open brace, but that's not showing an open brace. So if the first bug is actually occurring on the open on the open brace. Okay. Should probably shorten that to about here. That's a bit better. So the open brace is the first bit here where there's an issue because it's not printing open brace. So let's take a look at this tokenizer. I'm only having to go through a few tokens, so I might as well just put a breakpoint here and trace this in the debugger. So there we are. We're parsing all of that, and now we're doing regular expression matching through different options. It's already got one here because we've entered into this, and it's actually looking at this as a length of 5, and the string is hello. Can we see that? Well, we can see as it's 5 from the beginning. Oh! This is from point. On the substring, I think I've seen the problem. Yeah, the previous version of this code was just working on a string, and point was keeping track of the point within the string as an absolute value. But since I've changed this now to reading it on the fly using a lambda here, this read func is the code that the person calling the tokenizer puts a lambda in, how it can retrieve the data. This means that point is now relative to the start of the latest string which came in. So there we have that. The first point here, this works fine because we're at the beginning. But when I go and then retrieve the string, point should always be 0 because it's always going to be it's how long from the current point in the file, how long we can go to match the next token, which is this case of the identifier hello. So this should always be 0. Let's see. We're going to try. Now we're going through here again. Well, I think it'll work. Let's just try taking out the breakpoint. Okay, I think it got further that time. Well, let's go and review with our logs. Perfect tool here rather than single stepping. Identifier hello. So this is matching that, the identifier hello, the white space there, the open brace there, that looks correct, the white space, which is actually a new line in this case, key 1, white space. So it looks like something's gone wrong here because it tokenized the identifier key 1 there. Then it found white space, so that's fine. Then it found white space. This is definitely wrong. I mean, because that's a bit mysterious. 10 equals 10 is not white space. So I will have to look at what happened there. So if we look in our... Now I did change the regular expression for a white space. Let's just make sure we don't have a second white space in here. It doesn't accident. No, there's only one. So in order to match a white space, it must have successfully parsed the input to match this regular expression. But what I see does not do that. And I'm wondering, should that be a double backslash? All we can do is put a breakpoint in here. My over-engineered thing with the lambdas here is actually useful in this case, because now I can put a breakpoint on any token. Let's have a look at the input. It does think it's a white space, but that's because that was the first white space. I have to go through a few cases here. If I can see down to here, this is the one, I think. No, it says it's a space. Right, this is the failure. The code to parse equals space 10. How the there be a rule. If you're going to do regular expression matching, you need to match from the start of the line. Oh, I thought I saw it, but no, it is matching from the start of the line. Ignore me. Why did I thought I was convinced I saw the answer there, but I didn't. No, it's from the start of the string. So there's no way that this can match that. How odd. Well, let's look at the call stack a minute. We can go back to this code here. As you can see, next, that's the string that contains the all right. Well, I let that sink in. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something I meant to do before, which was check what the stream. If I go into the stream manager, what have I called this stream? Oh, first time chat. Amazing. Oh, look at this. Let's see. So, you know, it's always great to hear from a human being, you know, isn't it? It's great. I've got someone's come onto my channel. In this world of, we're always looking for human contact, aren't we? Sorry for bothering you. Actually, you know, if someone is streaming, they actually like it being bothered. So that's all right. I want to offer you promotion of your channel. Oh, look at that. That was quick, wasn't it? Followers, views, chatbots. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed. How? How you guarantee it? How? Flexible and convenient. Order management panel, chat panel, everything is in your hands. Turn it on and off. Go to Streamrise, are you? This is a robot. Hello, AI. Sigh. It's... What a world we live in. Machines talk to you all the time. And you talk to machines, but they don't listen, really. So where were we before that? Right. Where I was when that message happened to come through was when I was trying to look at how I've got a where do you set? They've changed. How do you change the name of the stream? Ah, there, right. Edit stream info. No, it's not live with Restream. It's build a game engine from scratch in C++20. Game dev. Well, let's do the same thing. Category. I need to change the category. Game dev. Development. Software and game development. There we go. Audience, everyone. Okay, just editing the stream info. So that should be, yeah, that should be better. Right, well anyway, where was I? So what we want to figure out here then is why that came through incorrectly. So when he did the regex search, I was searching for a string beginning with equals 010 and matching the pattern. It matched. How is that possible? That's not possible. It's not possible for it to match. That specifies a string that begins with any of space, tab, new line, or strictly line feed, or carriage return. One or more of them from the start of the line, but the thing that was passed in started with an equals. This is perverse. What I'm going to do, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a conditional breakpoint in here. And we're going to do a hit count. Nice little trick is to put a nice high hit count number in there. And then we run again. And we get to here. If I step down into here, we want to actually have it break at the right point on this line. And if we hover on here, we can see that it was 4. So what I can do is put condition hit count 4. Now when I run again, it's going to be here on 4. So this is the situation that has the that's interesting. On 4, we actually see that it does start with Start with a space. That's a little weird. Ah, right. Oh, okay. Since it's only a few, I miscalculated there. Since it's only a few steps, I can just run through it and see what we get if I put the breakpoint here. And, well, actually, yeah. Let's make this conditional, and I'll try 5. Might as well. It was early. We'll try again. So this should have stopped now at 5. And did it stop at 5? That's at the beginning. How could that be 5? The 5th time through. Right. This is making no sense. So let's go and put hit count and put this at like 9,999 again. And what we'll do is put a breakpoint here and we wait until, let's see. So in this case, the string is hello, okay, and then we come back and we have a space and then an open brace, and then we have just the open brace, and then we have a \r \n and then spaces. So this is a definitely that would be white space. So let's just see where that goes. It goes to here, and the thing to pass, that's correct, is white space. So we carry on. And the next one, key 1, yeah, because the problem occurs over here, if I remember rightly. So this is all working still fine, and then here. This is space equal 10. Let's just check that out. It goes in and says, okay, that match white space. What match white space? Oh, white space. So that's all good. The next one. I keep on expanding this window. I should stop doing that, then you won't be able to see it. There we go. Stop doing that, Dino. Then here we do equals 10. Right? The regular expression that it tried to match. Well, there we are. How odd is that? So the thing is called a view because I tried using a view, but the view didn't work very well, and there are problems using views. I tried that, and it's like, I see. String views are a way to introduce bugs into your code. It's an optimization concern, really. So anyway, that was why it's called view, but it's not really a view anymore. So what we have, I haven't modified the view. I haven't modified the pattern. The pattern is any of a set of white space characters, 1 or more, from the beginning of the line, was checked against a string that began with an equals, and it said it matched. And this happens at 16, so that was where I went wrong when I estimated the thing. So what I can do is go back and change this to 16, and now I should actually have it at the point where it's about to do something really weird. There we are. That's the 16th time that hit that breakpoint was hit. It's before I execute the regex. We confirm that the string I'm testing begins with an equals. Let's just expand this out and just see. It begins with an equals sign. And the pattern needs to begin with a tab or a space or a new line or a carriage return. Let me try going. I can't go into it, but it's basically said it matched. So there's something. Match 0 length. How is that possible? Wow, I wasn't expecting going into this kind of debugging thing. Now, you know, I've been really enjoying working with C++20. The shine is beginning to come off. Look at this. It's like, what the? You're next. You do your next. Every time we go through the loop, this is... Looking at the gotchas, you've got an STD string here, but this is just... It's from a view. No, it's not a view because I changed it to a string. So I don't see how there's any way that could go wrong. Next. It begins with an equals. It begins with an equals. That is perverse. What do we do? Well, I was working. How do we debug this? I can't debug the regex search function. I don't have access to that, to debugging. You get up with that lovely situation again when the fact you've got a debugger. Debuggers are great for solving simple problems. This one is not simple at this point. So we have to fall back. Do you know what? There's a philosophy that you can use. And the philosophy is, when things don't make sense, the first thing you should do is change whatever it is until it does make sense. It does not matter in what form that making sense is. You want to get to a point that makes sense. And so the point that makes sense could be arrived at if I hardwire this case into the first call that ever happens on that regex search, so that I'm hardwiring that particular case every time in here. I'm going to add in here I'm going to override next and pattern right here with this particular case. And so that's a good test, right? I mean, I'm deliberately breaking the code as a whole, but it's a diagnostic. And the diagnostic will either, one of two things will happen. Either it will work correctly, in which case it's making sense. That's good. And then we will continue, if that happens, we continue our research from there. As something else, it must be something else that isn't obvious. Or the other alternative is it exhibits the same behavior, in which case we've also made progress. So you're looking for something that makes sense, but also any test that either way gives you an idea of where to look next, because, you know, and don't worry too much beyond that. It's like, well, what do I do if it does this? Or what do I do if it does that? Never mind. We've got, this is the thing that makes sense, right? To do this. So let's do that. And usually when I put diagnostics in, I break the formatting. So next is going to be, and it was what we could see here. So if I do this copy value. Hang on. Copy value, there we are. All right. It's a long value, it's a long string. Now, the problem here it put a space in there. Did it? Oh, who knows? That didn't make sense. So let's get to something that makes sense. Got to open up my notepad. And just paste that in. Ah, it's already a string. So great. Let's just. So what I've done is I've taken that actual case and I've hardwired it. And then I also do the same thing with pattern, right? Pattern equals, we could just pull it from here. It won't let me copy the value. It won't let me copy the value. Why? Seriously? All right, next time flaky. Right. Excellent. And we'll just put a breakpoint here and we can just check what happens the first time that we run through. Oh, we've got to here. We can see that next is a string beginning with an equal sign, and pattern is the regular expression that's supposed to detect if the string starts with white space. Well, we didn't manage to get to it making sense, but we had a try, and if that worked, we would be in a position that this makes sense. So the bad news is it still doesn't work. The good news is we've got a very tight test case here. Now, it's possible that the problem I have is that I'm using regex search in the wrong way. So let's have a look for the documentation on regex search. It would have to be that, right? So we come over here, we can do regex search, C++20, docs, and we'll from C++11. I used to say that you could start using new C++ features 20 years after they got introduced. It's less these days. Let's have a look at everyone's favorite C++ reference. Wonderful documentation. Look at that. Yeah, returns true if match exists. That's what I thought. So we've got. Look, I extended this thing again. Why did I stop doing that? This is interesting. It's like, why, how, what am I missing? It could be, no, escape. I'm wondering if the problem, the only thing I can think of here is that really I should be doing this. not there, but here, because I was using a technically, if you do a backslash by itself, a backslash T, it puts a literal tab inside the string. You can actually specify backslash T as a regular expression thing. Let's try it. It means it would put the tab, it would say to the regular expression matcher, this is a tab, instead of a literal tab representing a tab. It's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. Let's try it. I'm curious. No, it still matches. So it's not that. The only other thing is, all right, when we look at this, we can see this is the pattern. It shows something in here, but when we read our regex, that's curious. See, the pattern here says, this is a white space, but the current X, it doesn't match. What? Oh, could it be we're looking at something I've commonly said, which has raised eyebrows with people, how the debugger lies. I'm certainly questioning what the debugger is telling me. And the problem here is that pattern, and we can see here pattern, says we are using this regular expression. It's a string that starts with white space. But if I go back up, we can look at this for loop. And now, no, the debugger is not lying. I confused myself because I've overridden it. That's the point. I've overwritten it. The pattern. Am I allowed to do this assignment? So, yeah, I got confused here because, of course, it's different because I've overwritten it. Okay, no, the debugger was not lying. I was. All right, so what we'll do is to get around this is just go and do pattern 2 with this and put here pattern 2. So what I'm trying to do is just get rid of any points of confusion. Didn't make sense. Okay, that was my mistake. Still, you have to somehow get back to a world where things do make sense. So I'm looking at this, okay, and then we do, and it still matches. So at this point, I'm going, enough. What we want to do is take this test case. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to just restore the code. Indenting was reset. Restore the code back to where it was. And now rule, things don't make sense, simplify. That's what you always do. You always have to simplify. We're going to simplify by going to main. And before anything else, and then here I'm going to do exit 0. So there's absolutely no confusion. I'm going to paste. We're not going to get other random stuff that will confuse us. We're going to put here an std string and we need to match. I need to go back up to that code up here and define the match. There we go. So here we are. And I'll tell you what, printf found. That's all you have to do. Not found. And this is all this is going to do. And I'm going to try this. Let's see. And of course, we don't see anything because it closed. You can just do cheesy get char. Oh, I realise now. I reset the size of this window, right? But then every time it closes it, let me go to properties here. I have to close it there. I think now when it starts up, it, yeah, be the right size. Okay, cool. And as you can see, it found it. Wonderful, huh? It still doesn't make sense, but at least this is a very succinct test case. What's the rule? The rule is make it make sense. So at this point, I don't care how I make it make sense. I just need to get to something that makes sense, because none of this makes sense at all. So we're going to create the next string that we're going to check is called that, and the regex pattern. And it's probably right under my nose and I can't see it, but the next pattern is that. And we're going to run this, and we should expect to see that it finds it. Found. That's great. At least that makes sense, right? Now let's try and say we're going to test the string B against we had some kind of a glitcheroonie there. So now I'm going to check B. I'm going to check B against the white space pattern, and it says it's not found. And now what I'm getting, so this is all making sense. Now I'm going to start the string with an equal sign. Curiouser and curiouser. I got it. Oh, okay. I see it. Do you see it? The problem is that in the definition of the regular expression, we are looking for anything in the input string that begins with white space. But beginning with white space means any line that begins with white space. And I didn't realize, in the way the regular expressions work, that if you have multiple lines in the input string, this will match any line in the string that begins with a space. So, right, if I'm right, this is what we'll get. Ah, that's an interesting gotcha. But you see, there's a process, there's a way of figuring these questions out. It's obvious now, but I didn't see it. I was working under assumption. The assumption was that it meant the beginning of the string. And in fact, it means the beginning of any line. That's my theory. Let's test it. So if I put that in now and I run it, it's found. Because the point where it does find it is here. You know, it's this line has it basically matches this. So what I need to do is specify the start of the string, not... That's, yeah. I have to see. Well, let's test that. To be absolutely sure of this, we just need to truncate our... Why am I getting these errors here? It doesn't... It doesn't like it in a comment. Okay. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Let's put this back. Let's comment out that. I want to try and figure out what went wrong there, but we'll just copy that line and then I'm going to say do this. Oh. I'm trying to select to the end of the line. Why was it not doing that? That's weird. Oh, maybe I can do Control Shift. No, that doesn't work. Let me just do that. Right. So, yeah, so if I'm right, this will actually not match. Oh, and we have a customer. What's this? Night Rain. Wow. I only just started it a few days ago, and hello. Twitch. Oh, great. So I start using Twitch just as it starts to, well, you know, it's like, how does it make its money? I want to do my own streaming service, and I've done experiments with that, because I'm sick and tired of relying on big corporations to do a hobby. Seriously, if it's going to be a hobby, you might as well be in control of it. It's like I'm not making money from YouTube. I never will, or from streaming. So seriously, the problem is that it's expensive. So I was trying to find a way that I could affordably do my own streaming. But that's what's going on my website, which I will get back to when I can. But for the last 6 months, more or less, I've had all my energy sucked out of me. It's like I managed to get the music has been progressing quite well. But as far as engineering goes, I only had time for my day job, after which I would do music. But more about that soon. So recently I decided to try out C++20. I normally have this rule that I don't use the latest version of C++ until about 20 years after it comes out. That was pretty severe, but fair. Ish. Like 20 years ago. Because the problem is that the latest versions of the language would never be available on the tooling that you would need for, say, consoles or other specific other platforms. So if you have to do cross-platform development, then you have to think about compatibility. So I've always been reluctant to sort of, but I did this thing of build an engine from using C, which I did to the point that I did build an engine from C, that made a little game in it. It's a prototype engine. It's not a production engine, but I've gone to the other extreme now. And I just fell into it. It's because I started playing with C++, and then I was going, oh, well, I wonder what would happen now that I managed to shake off the poison thinking of object-oriented programming. The poisonous parts, not the whole thing, but, the poisonous parts of it. I wonder if I could take the same philosophy that I sort of rekindled and explored with C in the new C++20, and I love it. It's really excellent how the language has progressed. It's getting less and less like object orientation, which is fantastic. Yes, I think 20, there are some really, we have coroutines. I mean, I have been on an eternal quest for the best way to do coroutines in all kinds of, not all kinds of languages, but in C and C++ and C# and assembly, which is where I started with it, for about 35 years. When I did Goal, I used coroutines in that, implemented in assembler with an assembler macro. And it's fundamental to the way that Goal was made. And there's never been a particularly good way, an entirely ideal way of doing that in C++. But now we have coroutines in C++20, and so finally the language has everything. In recent versions of before, I think C++17 has initializers which work in the same way as C. So you can have a struct and you can initialize it with just a list of things. You don't need to sort of plod away at the constructors in the way that you had to before. That was some of the reason why I went back to C for my experiment. Was in fact, some of those features were already available at the time in C. Well, when I did that engine, though, it was 2018, to be fair. So C++17 was still very new then. So, I just wanted to sort of get up to date with things. So I'm breaking a rule that normally I build things with just the view that there is compatibility. But in this case, I'm saying I don't care about the compatibility. This is a long-term project. I can now see that it's possible for me to write code that will survive over time in C++. That was another reason to use C, is that the C standard wouldn't be changing, and that code that I would write in C would be just as applicable, you know, way into the future. But I think we've got to that point with C++20. I still think there's, in some respects, a horrible language. It's very inelegant, but it's becoming more elegant over time, and I think that's that's good. What's watching the Brawn GP documentary? I have no idea what that is. So, want to fill me in? That'll be. Excuse my ignorance. So I've just been doing this this debugging session, trying to figure out. Sorry, I've just got distracted by something, because I want to make sure that I don't know what the visual quality of this stream is, and whether anyone can actually see anything. So, if we go to this and we make it full screen, oh, that's perfectly fine. Hey, hi there. Oh, it says first time chat. So who's that? Oh, Tiny. That's better. I can see it better there. TBD Gamer. That sounds familiar. Hi, welcome. All right. So where was I? Yeah, I think the compression or the service is better. This is better than I was getting on YouTube, because I'm only streaming at 227 kilobits per second. So I was looking at that. So that's a bit low. But it looks fine. Hey there, Micon. Been a long time. I just felt like trying to stream again after 6 months, but I'm done with YouTube. I'm just fed up with it. Just, you know. So, anyway. Good to see you too. So, what I've just been doing is, just for context for those that just joined, is I didn't mean to start writing a new video game engine, this time in C++20. I've kind of fallen into it because I was actually doing a project where I wanted to emulate a hypothetical Phi CPU. This is a CPU that's based on the architecture of the Phi programming language. I had this idea I could make a microcontroller. I mean, that would be awesome as a thing, right? Is to make a microcontroller chip by using FPGA microcontroller that uses the Phi architecture so that it doesn't need a clock. That's how you would know that it's using this architecture, is that it's a microcontroller without a clock, but you program it with a programming language. And if you're interested in that, you can check out, if you haven't seen it, the Phi programming language channel on YouTube. I haven't posted any content on there for a long time now. I pick up and drop projects over time. I mean, just because I've only got so much I can devote my life to. But yes, recently I thought that would be very interesting. So I started prototyping that. That's why this is called Phi. Fight. You know, it's like, where's my resource view? I don't want to Git changes. What happened? Solution Explorer. There's Phi. So this is, look, here are the opcodes. Here is an example program. And it's basically a microprocessor that uses Phi. And so that would mean the programs that run don't have a program counter, and the CPU itself doesn't have a clockless CPU. Now this, I don't know, it just makes me smile, the thought of that, because you think about it, all of the CPUs, computers that we have, right, they all have a clock, and the clock becomes the thing that throttles the performance. And so you overclock your CPU, what you're doing is you're making that clock run faster. And there's only so fast it can run until the CPU can't handle that anymore. And they make faster CPUs by, making smaller and smaller scale for the electronics. And it's amazing, but the point is that thing sits there spinning all the time that the CPU is running, and that uses energy. And it also means that you're never at the maximum. Because when you overclock your CPU, you're trying to get it to run closer and closer to that limit. Now imagine a CPU that doesn't have a clock. It always runs at the maximum. That would be what it does. Always as fast as it can, and only runs when it needs to run. So if it's in an idle state, there's no clock. It's absolutely brilliant. But difficult to do because, I'm not the person who thought of that originally, but it's like it's difficult to do because how to actually build it is a completely different architecture to the way we've always looked at computers ever since, the earliest computers. In fact, the Turing machine is Alan Turing's abstraction of our classic computer, and literally had a tape with a tape head, and it's writing on a long piece of infinite tape, in fact, the theoretical machine, infinite amount of memory. You've got your memory, you have a thing pointing at the memory, and it moves backwards and forwards, and the operation of this is driven by a clock. And that's how we've thought about computers since forever. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if we'd had a different model. And so that's all that's about. So anyway, I was experimenting with this. I want to do this. I want to make an FPGA of a microcontroller, clockless microcontroller. I think it's doable. I think I've done enough to look at it that it would be doable. I don't know how useful it would be yet, but it would be doable. So I started that, and then I said, well, I want to have sort of emulation. I want to emulate some buttons and have some lights. So I got FSM, whatever it's called, 2D library, SFML. So I put that in, and then I'm going, I've got a UI now, and I suppose God, it's such a pain doing these UIs and hardwiring them. Maybe I should data drive my UI. And so I've actually ended up writing a game engine. And the bit that I'm working on right now is the property tree. There are certain elements that I always like to have in my engines. I think the issues with Twitch is the way they pump adverts. Save us. I think I cannot save anybody. I could not even save myself. If I can't save myself, how can I save anybody else? Save us, Obi-Wan Cadino. No, I ain't saving anybody. I'm going down with the rest of you. Yeah. So anyway, and then as I was working on this thing, I had this weird bug, which is where I got to right now. I'm using a regular expression matcher for parsing the config file of the property tree. And what was the problem? I was looking at this string here, and it was matching this regular expression, and I'm going, how can it match? The string doesn't begin with an equal sign, and then it's because this means match a beginning of a line, and I didn't realize that if you have new lines in the input string to the regular expression library in C++, that it will match any line. So this is like having a new line anywhere in your string, and so it was matching the next new line. So now at least I've solved that mystery, which was really confusing me. Now I need to understand Why didn't it? Oh, that's why it didn't work before. Before I was using this. And I was going, why did... Now I've taken this and put it into a file, and it wouldn't parse the file, but it would parse this. And one reason it wouldn't parse the file was Bill Gates moment, that the file had carriage return line feeds in it. So obviously I needed to strip out treat the carriage return as being a white space character. Thank you, Bill. But the funny thing is, this doesn't have any new lines in it because it's just continuing the string on another line. So there are no new lines. So that's why this parsed. But as soon as I put it in a file, it didn't. Oh, making sense now. Oh, let me check the chat. I'm trying to move it over here because it's too small on that screen. Well, if you find a playable management game, do let me know. Mainly because then it gets rid of my sense of responsibility on that. So there's no need for me. There's already one. So what I've got to do is now figure out, that's where I'm at right now, is I'm figuring out this is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. You know why? I'm going to ask ChatGPT this one because gosh, you can't find anything on Google apart. But how am I actually going to express this question? I try and type it into Google, and then I have to scroll through a list of, this is how you match the beginning of a line. Let's just see. C++ 20, although I think it was from C++ 11. Let's just say C++. Regex match only from beginning of string rather than beginning of line. By default, it checks if the regular by default it checks if the regular expression matches the entire string. If you want it to only match from the beginning of the string with a regular expression, no, that's what I did. Yes, but it doesn't. It's wrong. That is wrong. It does not assert that it's at the beginning of the string. It asserts that it's the beginning of a line. Now I'm arguing with ChatGPT. It actually asserts that it is at the beginning of a line. So this does not work if the input string contains new lines. Let's see what it says about that. You are correct when it always says you're right. Have you noticed that? You make up any rubbish and it says, I'm sorry. Oh, \A. Okay, now, is this true? Is this true, or did it just sort of hallucinate it? So if we want to know, then we start a new chat and you go, what is the \A escape in C++ regular expressions? All right. That's how you validate it. Here's a brief at the start of this position of the string. So I think he's not lying, and there we are. Thank you so much, ChatGPT. Let's see. we are going to do \A. Learn something today. Maybe. Let's see if this works. I still dream of making a new player manager. Hell, that was the whole point of my last foray into into indie game dev. We didn't get there. Ah, how? Well, you never know. I might bring all of this stuff back. I mean, why not? At some point. Player Manager on Android. I could try. The problem is that as soon as I try to do that, there'll be some fool who'll decide to make their own version and call it Player Manager. I mean, you just remember what happened with Kickoff Revival. Had that Italian guy. He was releasing a video game and pretending, you know, that he had permission, and it was confusing everybody. So I don't know. I do have one of my projects, one of my many projects, is one of taking the source code from Kickoff and Player Manager and converting it into C++. Though actually, it might be good with this C++20. Might be make it a little easier to do that. Anyway, so what we have is, thank you very much, ChatGPT, and now we know that we can use \A to mean the beginning, and it worked in this case, but I need to put this test string in here. This is the one that failed, so it would match this before. Oh. Now notice it said unrecognized. There was an error, a warning. It's unrecognized character sequence. So I presume I really need to do \A so that it actually sees a \A instead of converting it into a non-printable character. We'll try. It says not found. Okay, but now we need to do one that actually works. Otherwise, it's not really a good test, is it? So we do space, ha ha. Not found. That's sad. So there was much celebration about ChatGPT helping out here, but now I'm beginning to suspect it was lying. Because that should match. But does it match? No. So let's try \A without the double \. Not found. No, we do not need to worry about ChatGPT. All those, the major thing that ChatGPT did was it gave a lot of YouTube influencers the opportunity to go, oh, wow, look at this. I could just ask it to do this and it makes it and it works. Look at this. This is brilliant. You know, 1 million views. Ka-ching. It doesn't actually... I find it very useful as a search system. You know, if I'm looking for a certain specific information, and it can even create some code, but you know what I find when you ask it to create code, it's useful in the sense that it's creating example code, which can make it a lot easier to understand how to decipher the documentation, really. Documentation often doesn't provide very good examples. And, you know, it can take a guess, which clues you in a lot more quickly. It's a search engine, in effect. So, but you see, look at this. It's that this doesn't work. So now we know what. I mean, I could go back to ChatGPT and continue arguing with it. Now, notice it did put the double backslash here. So that's let's try it with a double backslash and just confirm. No, it says not found. So why? Let's see. Let's look at the example code. So, okay, this doesn't make sense. We've got a disagreement here. I'm going to take this precise code that's here because maybe there's something I'm missing. And and then we'll, so again, we need to get to a point where something makes sense. So I've got, this is the ChatGPT's code. We're going to try this. Oh, it didn't compile. Oh, right. Okay, hang on. I made a bit of a mess here. So let's. I can't type now. NDIF. So, right, let's try again. Oh, what have we got now? Input, redefinition. Because this example code. ChatGPT didn't know about that. Don't tell me. I don't like that story. That's a nightmare scenario for me. I worked at the 3DO company, the late 90s, and the 3DO company did a deal with Anko while I was working there, and 3DO never spoke to me about that. Can you imagine how I felt? Can you imagine how I felt? The creator of the game that they did a deal on and didn't even talk to me while I was an employee. You just reminded me of that story. I think I blotted it out of my brain, but I mean, that's the life of Dino Dini. They could have done so much with me on it. Wow. Yeah, that was. I just pushed it out. I just tried to ignore it because it was just going to eat me up otherwise. You know, at a certain point, you just go, So, anyway. What I'm going to do, you know, certainly as far as video game development goes, things didn't turn out the way that I hoped they would. The funny thing is, they only hoped they would after I had a success with Kickoff, right? Then there we are. Expectations spoil everything. Look at this. Like this expectation. The pattern did not match the beginning of the string. Oh, ChatGPT, how you disappoint me. So go figure that out. Let's see. I apologise for the confusion. It seems there might be an issue with the way the pattern is specified or the input is processed. In the example I provided, the pattern backslash capital A, ABC should match the string ABC123. ABC 1, 2, because ABC occurs at the beginning of the string. If the match is failing, you might want to check for issues in your code, such as, it's not my code. ChatGPT, it's your code. Not my code, your code. You see? You see how it works? I'm being gaslit by a bloody AI. Ensure that the input string is as expected. Well, I tell you what, let's do that. Let's ensure the input string is as expected. Input 1, ABC123. It's as easy as. Check for any unintended leading or trailing out. No, there's no. Verify that the regular expression pattern is correctly specified in your code. Okay, I have. Here is the corrected example. This is corrected. Let's see if we can spot any difference. ABC123, ABC123, backslash A, ABC, backslash A, ABC, regex search. It's the same code. If you're still facing issues, please provide more details about your code and the input you are testing. I think the problem is that it's not up to date with the latest standards. But let's have some fun with ChatGPT, shall we? Since we're here. Since, I mean, you know, the whole point of life is to have fun. Or did we forget that? Okay. Right. Input you are testing so that you can help identify the problem. Well, it isn't really much we can do. The pattern did not match. Well, what can we do? The exact code shown here fails. You know, and it says, here's the corrected code. The corrected code has no changes. It appears there might be a misunderstanding. In standard C++, the corrected code, it's not corrected, it's the same code, should work as intended. However, if you still experience issues, you might consider checking your C++ compiler version. If you're using C++ 11 or later, the provided code should work. If there are still problems, you want to try a minimal example. It is a minimal example. Okay, C++ 20 MSVC. Oh, it had a thought. I know, I should really go and check other documentation, but I'm having fun. Sort of testing out the limits of ChatGPT here. Let's try this and see. No. Oh, it's mine now. You mean, I see. So it did an STD move on its code. I see. I see what it did there then. Thanks. Yes, they were. They were working on their own version of my game and competing with me, and I just threw up my hands in the air. That was I've not my love for independent game development died pretty much at that point. It's like, what the hell can you do? You know, it's like people making versions of your own game and pretending that it's you and confusing the whole world as to I don't know. I just whatever. You know, people want to have their fun. I let people have their fun. I mean, you know, sometimes kick me when I'm down. If that's the way they're going to have their fun, I can just when I'm crumpled all down like that, I can say, at least they're having fun. At least someone's having fun in this world. That's why. Where's the violin? Oh. That never released. It's probably. Anyway, whatever. Where was I? I'll get back to this thing. It still doesn't work. So I think I have to officially give up with ChatGPT. I just don't understand how it appeared to hallucinate the thing and then seemed to remember that it hallucinated it. Or I don't know. We'll ask Google. /a C++ regex. It's possible that it's hallucinated it. It just has, and it's in there. C++ 20. Regex from start of string. Let's have a look at the regular expressions library. Ask Bing. Maybe. Well, where's the regular expression? Starts a string instead of start of line. You see, lies everywhere. Look at this. This is from the Microsoft website. A circumflex matches the beginning of the target string No, it doesn't. It matches the beginning of the target line. Look at these classes. Could it be... Nope. All right. Okay, Mycon. Let's ask Bing. Oh my God. What are you doing? I was literally about to type in my search and you went and removed the box. Ask me anything. Okay. What am I going to ask you then? It's like, what is \A in regex in C++? I don't think there is. I don't think there is a way. Capture groups. There we are. This is impossible information. Say Bing, actually, let me try something. I'll ask here. I know, I lied. If you want to match in. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. So I've actually got more information here. So MSVC matches the start of a line. In all in all standard regex implementations other than MSVC and before C++17, the circumflex and dollar symbols match the beginning and end of the string, not a line. You can emulate the start and end of a line. Yeah, thank you so much, but I'm trying not to do that. Standard regex constants. To specify that circumflex matches only the beginning of a line, dollar matches only of end of line, you can standard regex constants match not bol. How do I use them? So it's another Bill Gates moment, or Bill Gates's company. According to this, there's no way to match them only the beginning and end of input, but it is possible to make them match only the beginning or end of line. All right, so I'm at Stack Overflow right now. I follow my usual rule. I need to read the pages from the bottom up. What's the least popular answer? You can emulate Perl, Python, PCR /\a. So that's where it hallucinated it from. That's not paying attention to the question. And this is where literally it was plagiarizing this work because the AI was plagiarizing the work here of Victor. There's this multi-line option. Specifies there's no way of turning that off, only turning it on. And so there we are. It is an incompatibility problem due to Microsoft. And here we come. Right, so what I need to do is build a workaround on it. Now, the workaround, first of all, we need to test the issue. So if I do here space foo, and what the pattern that we're trying to match here, just recreating the issue, flipping heck, is, let me put it in just to highlight it. So what we have is, this should not, I don't want this to match because I want it to only match if the string begins with a space, but later down the string we have a new line followed by a space. Pattern matched at beginning of the string. And you can even see that ChatGPT is saying, this is the ChatGPT text here, matched at the beginning of the string. It didn't match at the beginning of the string. It matched here, down the string. We need to figure out how I'm roping you into this, we need to figure out how to make this work. It needs to be okay. A foolproof I suppose damn you. We want to. I need the new line needs to be treated like a white space. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there is a way. This would need to be added. I know, Mycon. I wanted to not. I want it to be ignoring the new lines because it's a language that, like C, it doesn't matter where you put new line. So the new line is in fact a white space. What I could do though is this. I'm going to try that, see what that does. It did not match. Because what this is basically saying is that we're matching I don't know if that will work. We'll try. No, that won't work. It won't match. No, it won't match because it needs to have some kind of character. All right, so we could say, I don't know if it's possible to do ands. Oh. Every day it's a Bill Gates moment. Oh, geez. A regular expression. I don't think there is a solution. Unless I could do an and. It's like match a beginning of a line and also that the next character. No. Beginning of the string. No. The problem is there's a double meaning. There's a new line. The beginning is also a white space. I've got an idea. It's a crazy idea, but didn't like the regular expression. Okay. Oh. I just want to know if the string begins with a white space. It gets screwed up by a new line. I mean, we could get rid of the new lines. So do a substitution to get rid of the new lines before doing the pattern matching. That's ugly. There's nothing to represent the beginning of the string. I don't think there is a solution. If I can't take the beginning of the string so I really want a solution to this. It's like, what is the... All right. BRB.
No. Yesterday you experienced something, but you experienced that thing you experienced yesterday at the time. You're not experiencing what you experienced yesterday.
Right, so I was just looking at, this is anchors in .NET regular expressions. And it's in theory in .NET, there is this \A. That's very confusing. I guess the C++ standard is not .NET. That will be the reason for that. I see you posted something. I don't even want to look at that. It's like from like years ago. I probably went on a rant. Yeah. All right, well, let's think about the way I'm using this. I'm using this to see if the next thing that we're looking at is white space. I wonder if I could do, say, I should probably, I have all these archives of all the streams that I've done, well, most of them, almost all of them. I have in mind eventually to go through them and pick out the best bits. So the pattern did not match the beginning of the string. And the pattern matched. I have a solution. Maybe. It's obvious. Annoying. But I have a solution, and it will give for the use case that I have here for this thing. Let's get rid of all of this. And we'll just run the code. It's thinking about this in a slightly different way. We're here to play, because play has no limits. My gosh, this camera is making it so I look like a dart. Someone who plays darts. Right, whatever that is, data. Here's the solution. I'm searching for these regular expressions. They have all this. It's meant to say the beginning of the line. When a match is found, we should check to see if the match happened at the start of the string. I hope. Come on. I want the match position. Moan. ChatGPT. Start a new chat. If I go and do regex search. Oh. So it's match position. So oh my gosh, where did I get that position? So what we need to do is check that there was a match and that the match position is 0. So then it doesn't matter if it matches, it needs to be matched at the beginning of the string. Ta-da! We'll see if that works or not. I want to change the formatting of this printing a bit. The other thing I want to do is when I print that actually is just get rid of that space so that you can see it gets confusing when it is pointing at a space. So the identifier was hello. Followed by a white space, followed by an @ symbol, sorry, an @ symbol, a brace. And don't you hate that? You're busy debugging. See, this is one of those things that you get with the tech. It's like all this tech becomes really complicated. So there's this thing where if you edit the source file, right? I'm going to turn that off. Just run it. If you edit the source file, then it tries to recompile it on the run while you're debugging. So I'm here hitting F5 and my palm presses space by mistake, and that's the end of your debugging session. Okay, well, we have a problem later on, but did it get through the bit that was a problem earlier? So we're looking at the end result. So it said hello. Well, it's matched a white space. It matched a brace. It matched white space. It matched key 1. It matched the white space. It matched the equal symbol. It matched the space. It matched a float, a value 10. It matched the semicolon. It matched white space. Then it matched white space. Something went wrong there. Oh no, white space. Key 2 equal 11 semicolon world colon ho ho open brace key 3 equals 12 semicolon foo open brace key 4 equals 13 semicolon close brace close brace close brace. Could not tokenize nothing. It actually got to the end, although we just got an issue there. So that fixed that problem with the whole of the regular expression thing. It's less than ideal, I guess, but it will get me by for now. That's the thing. It's just, if it works, it works. I've got all the other stuff I want to work on as well, right? And I can always go back and make a better module for this without it disturbing the rest of the architecture. So I'm happy with that. But we need to look here at that. Let me run it again. All right. Since it's your only clip, should we take a look at that? Should we try? I'll see how long I can.
No. Yesterday you experienced something, but you experienced that thing you experienced yesterday at the time. You're not experiencing what you experienced yesterday, and even now you're experiencing the memory of what you experienced yesterday. Now, not yesterday, tomorrow. Now, this is it. This is it. Well, no. Yesterday you experienced something, but you experienced that thing you experienced yesterday at the time. You're not.
Oh dear. Okay. I thank you for that clip, and I just want to point out the interesting sort of irony of it. Here's so we just experienced a little rant about experiencing things today. And it was a new experience today, as it was a new experience back then. Thanks so much, Micon. Well, I do like a bit of philosophy, you know. It's good for you. It's good for the old brain cells. So it had an error because it couldn't tokenize something. Let me put a breakpoint on the old failure to tokenize. And we just check. What is it that we could not tokenize? A blank nothing? How could we even get nothing? Oh, there's a mistake. It's not view size. It should be view length. Size is the allocated memory, whereas length is the actual length of the string. No? Still didn't work. But if we go back to it, no. What? Every single language has a different way of giving the length of the string. Yeah, that's what I use, the length. Or size. But we don't change that. We don't change this either. Oh gosh. So you see the problem we have here is if I look at the value that the debugger says end length is 512 bytes long. But it also says that view is 512 bytes of 0, which when converted into a C string makes it a 0 length string, but it's not, that isn't its actual size. What a mess. So the problem there is where I returned from the read function. The read function is called here. It's the read bytes from position, and it returns a string. Oh, no, this isn't quite. I have a bug in here when it comes to the end. There's buffer length, and what I'm actually returning is a string from buffer begin. I'm sending the whole buffer. Whoop. Leaning on a key. So the problem here is now I actually need to do buffer begin plus buffer length. And let me just put a breakpoint there and check that. So the first time the buffer length is 144. I try to load in 512 bytes at a time in this. The idea about this is it loads the file in chunks and then can read from that chunk that's loaded in without having to do loads and loads of reads and seeks and whatever else. So that should probably fix that problem. We'll see. Well, yeah, I'm done. Yes, it works. So what's happened? It has successfully parsed tokenized the file on the fly. And what does it tokenize into? It tokenizes into this tokenize thing. And then it feeds that into the grammar parser, which is this thing. Now this looks horrific, but in actual fact it's a very simple and efficient way of parsing grammar. It's a state machine, and with, you know, nested states in it, and it'll do for now. It's actually quite easy to debug compared with some grammar parsers, even though it looks like it says, okay, it expects an if it has an identifier, then the next thing could be any of a set of things, and then from each one of those, any of a set of things. And I think it got to the end of the grammar parsing, and what we want to do is see the output of this is then is feeding a notice board. Because one of my favorite patterns is the notice board pattern. How I do love the notice board pattern. Such a simple idea. You can think of notice board as stateful message handling. So this is the implementation of the notice board so far, with a few types in there. As you can see, is stupidly simple, but is incredibly useful. Sometimes it can take longer to explain what the notice board pattern is than to implement it and use it. Yeah. It's so incredibly useful. So what the thing I'm doing here is that the parsed file from the property tree is directly populating a notice board. And why not? And if I go into the notice board, I can look at the set, and I'm using the C++ plus 17, I think it is. I'm using these variants as opposed to polymorphic types. That's a great talk I came across, which explains how in the latest versions of C++ you can effectively do what you had to do before by using hierarchies and virtual functions and, you know, the polymorphism of the classic OOP way, but you can do it without needing any of that. And it kind of reminds me of the way we used to do it before object-oriented programming came along. I'll see if I can find it. because I kind of recommend it. It's also gives a bit of a perspective of the disdain of object-orientated programming, which is definitely growing. And one of the things that I've noticed is the latest features in C++. They focus ever less on OP features. It's like anyway. Let me see if I can find this thing. Probably my history. La 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 la. Back smart pointers. Breaking dependencies.
Based on standard variant.
All right. So I've got to post this in the chat. Boom. There we are. It's I recommend that for watching later. And because it's interesting, it's like you go through this. It goes through all of the issues. It's basically a little summary of the problems of trying to create an architecture for doing what? A simple little thing like a little UI where you have different shapes, and you can have, you know, a rectangle and a circle and whatever, and you have these shapes, and you do a UI using that, using object orientation, and you see how quickly you get into a tangle. Not to mention the performance issues, which it goes into there. And yes, the funny thing is that one of the things that he talks about in there is using a switch statement, and everybody goes, "Ooh, switch statement!" But you see, there is an option that's available even in C that gets around that problem. Instead of using a switch statement, you use a hash map. Because in the end, a switch statement is the same kind of idea as a hash map. So you can basically have a, I mean, I've done this often in C#. Like if you want to serialize things, you want to have a general purpose serializer. What you can do is register the serialization code with a map that's in the serializer, and then when the serializer comes across something it needs to serialize, it says, how do we serialize this? And it looks it up in a map, and then calls the function that's in the map. In a map to a function. So what you've done is you've effectively created the equivalent of a switch statement, but it's configured at runtime instead of compile time. So it means that a module can register itself at runtime, and so you can add new functionality even at runtime. You could sort of like have a DLL for a particular kind of shape that only, you know, that's very specific and complicated. And if you don't need it, it doesn't even appear in your project. And there's no need even to compile it. If it's already been compiled, it's a DLL. Or if you need the object, you pull the DLL in. And then the DLL registers itself with the serializer, drawer, whatever else it is. It says, yeah, when you need to draw me, you can find my draw function in your map. Boom. And everything becomes so much simpler. There is a kind of overhead because you have a map lookup, but it turns out that that is your least of your worries. I mean, if you think about it, you can, at the same time as you have the map, you can also put it in a vector. And then when you draw, you just go through the vector. In fact, you can have all the objects of one type in a vector. You can have a vector of each different type, and so that's very data orientated then. We're just going to draw all of them. So many simple. It was the big mistake was that in C, in the C programming language, they never included in the language, in the libraries, I should say, they never included in the libraries an associative array library. if they had, everything would be different now. The whole of, it's my theory anyway, the whole of computer science and software engineering would have taken a different path. And you can see that this is how late in the day did engines such as, like Unity, for example, how late in the day was the concept of entity component system fully embraced. And in the end, an entity component system, it can be implemented with a hash map / unordered map / whatever dictionary, whatever you want to call it. And you just go, this particular object maps to a list of its components. Wherever you are, you have that object, you look it up in a map, you get a list of its components. Ta-da! No compile time dependencies. If something isn't used, it can just not exist, and things will still build and run. It's so obvious, isn't it? Why didn't it happen? Why didn't everything use that? Because the C library originally didn't have associative arrays, and so people just didn't think about it. I don't know. Do you agree? Answers on a postcard. Teddington Lock, Middlesex. If you tell me where Teddington Lock is, why Teddington Lock, you won't get a prize, but you might feel pleased with yourself. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is where here we have a set any that is it's setting any type, and it sort of does it by magic. Instead of using types which have been derived from a base class. Hey, Pitya, how you doing? Long time. I was literally, and if you saw that, you should watch the video, right? Honestly, I was over here, and what did I do? I went and looked. You could see me looking at the chat, and I did that about 1 second before Pitya sent his message. How cool is that? What a cool bit of luck that was. To the land of Twitch. Yeah, okay, for a bit, we'll see. It's an experiment. I didn't know if anybody would even appear, so it's nice to see you guys. I've been away from any streaming for about 6 months, simply because when I started my new job, I really didn't have any energy for anything else except music. There was my job in music. So I did a lot of practicing my music at the end of the day. You know, it's like, but I didn't have any, you know, so, yeah. Anyway, what was I thinking? Yes, so I was talking about this, because the C++ standard has this new variant thing. I don't remember which, when was variant introduced? It was C++ 17. And it's really cool. But you see, the code you wrote 7 years ago wouldn't have had C++ 17. Right? Just to put it in perspective, I'm only just starting to look at C++ 20 now, where C++ 23 standard is in existence, but it will be a few years before all compilers catch up. You know. So C++ 17 is not that long ago. And so you didn't have these variants. So before these variants, you would have to create a hierarchy, a polymorphic hierarchy to do a similar thing as this. And I've done that several times, and it's an utter pain. I've done it in C#, I've done it in C++. It's ugly. Or the alternative is to go all the way back to just using a void pointer, which is what I did in my C engine. You know, because yes, it's type safety. Ooh, you have to be careful. Yes. But on the other hand, you don't end up with bloated, ridiculously unmanageable code that's all locked with dependencies. And that dependencies, I say that video is a great one to look at for that. But now what you've got with variants is, in effect, a void pointer. I'm sure it's more complicated than this, but in effect, it's a void pointer where you can tell the compiler this void pointer can have any of these types. And it's actually more than that, it's a union. That's really cool. It's sort of like, yes, embracing all of the crazy stuff that we used to do in C, because we used to have to do it, but allowing the compiler to help you get it right. So you can have, instead of the choice between a void pointer, which can take anything, or a pointer to a specific object that can only take that object, you can say to the compiler, here is a pointer that can take any of these types. And it just handles it for you. Of course, it's brilliant. Why didn't we do this before? Why not? Why couldn't we have done this 20 years ago? We could have, because we were all distracted with, let's have our little hierarchy of objects and our V tables and our polymorphic thingy, because we can do it this way. And that has been my primary objection to C++. All these years. You don't know how excited I am at this variant. That there's this alternative, and I'm using it right here. I'm basically saying that the notice class needs to be able to handle any type. Okay, well, this doesn't actually handle any type, handles any specific types, but I can add a new type in this list. And I'm actually hiding the variant from the interface, and this is with a good reason, that I'm just trying to keep my interfaces as simple as possible and not have to include, you know, millions of lines of templates until we get to C++, unless I can get modules to work. I haven't checked modules out yet, but modules hold the promise of getting rid of headers. Oh, that will be so good. But they're addressing now. This is what's mind-blowing. They're addressing in C++ now the problems that should have been addressed 20 years ago. It makes you think. So in my notice class here, I've got a more traditional kind of interface. I'm certainly not exposing the variant. I want this to be, it's really easy. There are set and gets for different types. And this is perfectly adequate. This doesn't bother me, the fact that I need to create these interfaces. So it doesn't bother me at all. But the implementation underneath, right? Look how this is it. This is just so, it's so cool. I mean, you know, because the compiler is handling the difficult part of dealing with these multiple types. And I was saying, you know, in this case, you can have, you can obviously use pointers. I think in this case, let me check. How did I do that? It's value entries, which is held in a value, is a variant. Okay, so the one thing I need to be aware of with this is that because the value entry, which has the value variant, which is this, it's basically creating a union. So there will be memory that is reserved for every one of these that I think has to be the same size as the biggest object, which is probably color. So I do need to bear that in mind. But that could be, the point is that could be refactored. If there's a performance issue, a memory issue, I could refactor it under here. And it's not going to affect my interface, because this is just a really simple, straightforward interface. That implementation detail is hidden. But the point is I could get going so fast. The most difficult function here is this one. What does it do? It's when you set a value, it checks if the value already exists. If the value does exist, it checks to see if the value changed. If the value changed, it scans through the list of all the handlers associated with that particular notice and calls them. And I only need this once. And it just handles it. And honestly, I've made versions of this in C. I think the first time I did this in C++, an attempt to do an engine. It was an engine I called the Light Engine while I was teaching. It was back in 2007 or 2008. And I built this thing, and it needed to have this property tree idea. I wasn't using a notice board. I hadn't come up with that idea yet, but it was basically the same idea in principle. And it was this huge mess because dealing with all the different types, I would wrap the types in a subclass in a class that was derived from a base class, which was then polymorphically held in an array of all these things, which of course then has memory allocations for each one of those data types, which are just scattered around all over the place. And so, here, this is my memory allocation. It's on line 25. Static data. There we are, we're done. You know, there's no new, no delete. Happy days. I'm going to check the chat. Void start all the way. It's about shooting yourself in the foot as much as possible. Well, there is a lot to be said for using void pointers when you want performance. But, you know, it depends on your application. The point is, it was always possible to have the philosophy behind the use of the void pointer in a manner that the compiler helped you. That was always. After C, when they moved to C++, they're all too focused on OOP and created tunnel vision for a long time. That's a very good summary of my argument. I can't agree with you more, you know. That's exactly what happened. And but modules are a bit too baby. They are probably, but anyway, you know, there are things. I tell you, I was using this stuff and I was going, okay, in here. No, where can I find one? No, it's one of these files. Is it identifier? Here. You know how happy line 7 to line 15 makes me? Because I'm a bit obsessed with headers and trying to make sure that they don't include the entire headers of the entire world in every file. So if you're including identifier, the point with identifier is that you might not actually need to use a string. You might not. You might not need to use string. I think it could be in this case, you probably do. But anyway, on the off chance that you don't, what you can do is make this header compilable by having a forward declaration of string. Now, when I tried to do this 20 years ago, it was difficult and, you know, dodgy to try and do a forward declaration of string. Why would you want to do that? Well, it means you can have a pointer to a string without needing to have the definition of a string. You can have a a reference to a string without needing to have the full implementation of a string. And usually you just pass these things, you can pass these things around through, you know, interfaces. So you pull in the header, you might not actually need the implementation of string. If you're not calling the function, a function that takes a string. Let's say you've got a header that sort of like prints different data types out. You're not using string. So if you're not using string, then you don't need to include the header of string. And so this is one way of avoiding that situation where even a little tiny file that just adds 2 vectors together ends up including windows.h. And so as far as possible, I try to limit the inclusion of head. You can see you still do it. I'm including vector. So I say, okay, include vector. Might be that I don't need to, but you know, you could do forward declarations. Basically, the forward declarations seem to work now. So that's what that is, a forward declaration of string. And so on. Oh, Pidgey, so you were a student, weren't you? Ha. Now maybe you understand what I was trying to convey. I don't know. Sometimes I got the impression that it's like I didn't do such a good job in conveying why these things were important. I tried. But yeah, that's one of the things I used to teach. I said, you think that being a C++ game programmer, you will be spending your time programming, but what you will actually be doing is spending the vast majority of your time managing a huge database held in thousands of text files, .h files, and the huge database of your code maintained by hand. It's got better because architectures generally have improved. But if you remember, if you go back to the days of Ogre 3D, I think it was Ogre, nightmare. Those engines that disappeared because every time you tried to compile them, it would take like half an hour, 2 hours, because every single file was including windows.h, and precompiled headers didn't really work. I've never really been able to make them work satisfactorily. Yeah, Ogre 3D is like 25 years ago, 26 years ago. So yeah, things have got better, and it's easy to look at it and think of what the stuff I was teaching back then. But you know, they are talking about 2006, 2007, and the 2003 standard of C++ was just, but you know, it was becoming a standard back then. So now it would be a very different thing, you know, although I think a lot of those core principles would be the same. You have to look after your headers. You have to think about using abstract interfaces or pimples. I used to use abstract pimples. I think they're overkill now because there's greater stability in the language now and more you know, compatibility than there was then. But you go back, you go back near, you know, 20, 15, 16, 17 years, compatibility between compilers was worse than it is now. Anyway, enough of this. I'm going to go back to dealing with the notice pattern. Now you remember the property trees because I used to teach those. I didn't teach the notice pattern because I hadn't invented it at the time. But the notice pattern is a bit like I'm using it here as the database for the property tree. And so it's a key value pair. But what I've got then is it can generate events or calls message handlers if any of those values change. And what I want to do, if I'm going to do a printf on here, to print what I'm actually... So, okay, still points of pain in C++. I wish they would solve. It's like here I want to print a type ID. That's an enum There's no reflection in C++. So I made a function. I didn't expose it. It's in my identifier module, which is using const expression. I used to teach about that too. The binding problem, where you would have the name of something. So how do you associate the name of something as a string with that actual object in code? Was a huge topic. There were different ways of solving it, and the best way of solving it now is, if you can, is use const expression, and I'm using const expression in here. So when I generate an identifier in the code, I could just say ID and put here the string for that thing I want to refer to, and it's hashed at compile time, so the string doesn't appear in the code, and it's as fast as you can possibly get it, where you have some kind of ID. And then because it's hashed, you can just use that anywhere as long as you've got a common hash algorithm. Everybody knows what you're referring to. I'm using 64-bit hash here. So here we are, there we are. You're in 3, 2. You'll write that as one line of code, which replaces practically a whole course that I could have taught. It's like, that's cool. You don't know how happy I am that we have that. And why has it taken so long to get const expression? Although I think that's been around for a little bit now. Yes. Oh, that's really cool. Breadboard 6502. I don't know if you saw, I've got videos when I was last streaming. I was streaming development of a remake of my 6502 game on Acorn Atom. I was Letteroids. I was remaking that, doing 6502 programming. Those videos, I think, they'll be still up on my YouTube channel. And maybe I will get back to that at some point. But yeah, const expression, great. You would have to rely, if you wanted to do that, well, the way I would handle it is wrapping it in a macro so that you could actually, this was the non-hash version, you could wrap up your string in a macro without quotes in there. This means the macro could treat it as either a string or as an identifier, which it could then, you could use to refer to a data structure that was generated in a header file from a tool. So what you would do is you would use strings for the slow version, but if you wanted to do the fast version, you could take all of those identifiers and write a tool or get the code to spit out a header file that you could then use, and then switch those macros to use the identifiers instead of strings, and you would solve the problem that way. I used to teach that. But yeah, but you don't need to do that anymore. I've got const expression. Anyway, I was going to look at printing the name of the identifier. Where is that? Maybe. Oh. Ah. Yes, sorry. I was getting confused between identifiers and that parser. In identifier, I think I made a map for toString map. That's the one. Oh, I haven't actually written the function yet. Oh, no, yes I did. ID to string. There it is. And then, did I make that public? I don't think I did. So let's do that. The other thing you'll notice I'm doing here is I'm not using classes. I'm using a namespace, and I've just got I made this one static. Why did I do that? There's no need for it to be static. I don't want it to be static. I want you to be able to link to it. Okay. Because you don't need a class if you only have one object, or in fact no objects. If there are only functions that you need, if you only have functions, you might as well just make them non-member functions and put them in a namespace, and it just simplifies so much. So I have got an ID to string. So when I am in my notice here, I can then do ID to string, and I put my ID in, and that'll get converted to a string. But I need to do str. I still prefer printf to the other stuff. It's just more flexible. You have to remember to put in that conversion. And we're going to set this equal to the value. Oh, that's fun. So I need a function const t value that I probably need to create. I haven't created that function yet. I don't feel like doing that. So what I'll do is I'll just have it saying what it's setting. Let's see if this works. Might not. Part of the issue with this is that in order to convert a hash back to the string that created the hash, you have to keep a map. And then you need to make sure that the map, as you can see there, they're blank. It might not be registered. So this is where using IDs gets a little bit annoying, but what can you do? Okay, we can see their setting 4 hashes. Now, I'm curious as to why it couldn't do a reverse lookup of those hashes. Actually, let's show the hash and then also attempt to get the value. I forgot to do the so yeah, those 4 different hashes, I can't do reverse lookups. Now I would like to be able to do reverse lookups on those. So let's see what we have. When I set the ID with the path where it combined the strings from the current path name. So when I combine the strings together, it's taking this string and adding them together with a dot in between. And then it's hashing it. This obviously can't be done at compile time in this case, but it has to hash it. But the ID combined strings is not registering. Did I make a registering one? There's this ID combine R. ID combine R. Yes. Maybe rename that. Combine strings R. Oh, it's a registering version of combined strings. And if that works, then all I need to do is go to my point where I registered parse integer. So combined strings. I just changed this to combined strings R. And look at the error message. No suitable constructor. Why not? I thought it's the same. Const standard vector string ain't. It's the same. See, this is really nice that you can do these initializers like that. I don't know if that's a real error or not. Ah. I'll need to tidy up those. It's a bit messy, that API at the moment. But what have we got now? Right, it doesn't like this. Stack frame size of function. What? That's a new one. The edit to tokenize resume Coro 1 cannot be executed until the current call completes. That's something to do with the coroutine. It says file, hot reload. I'm rebuilding the solution. I'm not trying to do a hot reload right now. It still says hot reload. I'm going to ignore that. Let's go and look at this. So it doesn't like this. Cannot convert from identifier. One of the things I still use the teaching from SAD for is my embedded code. Yes, exactly. If you, especially when you're using constrained systems. For sure. Why have I got a problem here? Cannot convert from identifier ID type to basic string. So the current path name is a string. Current value name is a string. ID combined strings are takes a list of strings. In the header of identifier takes a list of strings. No suitable, that's a misleading error. No suitable constructor exists to convert from. Ah, oh, right. I got this wrong. I think I figured it out. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong. What we should be doing here is combine strings. They're different. It used to. Okay, I get you. You know, I'm putting this back the way it was. So this is what the code was. Well, I forgot, this is actually just doing a string. This isn't going to register anything. But then having got the entire path as a string, I need to do an ID that registers, which is this one. if I use IDR, I made that so it will this IDR, and it registers it. All right. So we've got ID combine R. Oh yeah, I just need to get rid of that. I need to tidy up that interface. It's like a bit of a mess between the string. You've got two different ways of thinking about an identifier as a hash or as a string. And there it works. So that's cool. So now you can see that this hash is properties hello key 1, properties hello key 2, properties hello world key 3, and so on. This comes from this file here. So we've got hello key 1, which would have the value of 10, hello key 2, which had the value of 11, and so on and so forth. I think for debugging it would be nice if I could get this to print those values out. Now, again, this is where we have this sort of variant thing. I want to be able to print the value. I need to be able to print the type. Yes. Well, this will. I'm going to learn something about variants, so we'll see. I'm going to do this next. So what we want to do is, I want to have an interface in here where I can print the value. So we could say like standard string. No. Right, get standard string. We want to get what shall I call this? Debug2 string, because really it's this one's going to be meant for debugging of a particular, and I give it the hash for that particular property, that particular entry on the notice board. So this looks fairly innocent. It might be well, it'll be interesting to see how difficult this is to implement, which I shall do here. So the first thing we want, I want it to get the type. I need to convert the type to a string. Okay, we don't have any reflection, so this is going to be a lot harder than doing this in C#, but I'm going to learn stuff. I'm going to, on here, we're going to do C++20 variant. And what I want to do is check the actual type and see what options we have. So there's holds alternative. Oh, you can use visit. So if I do std, ha ha ho 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 ho, oh, that's nice. That is nice. That's clever. What's this brace here? Oh. I'm just curious. I suppose that's empty initializer. I'm interested why you have to put it that way. But it's going to deduce the template type from whichever variant, and then use. Yeah. It's how the the template system and the variants work together. It's really nice. What is this system going to be used for? Fun, because play has no limits. I'm doing it for fun and education. I get up to... I'm learning about C++. There's no better way of learning about C++ and how it would actually affect game development than to try and use, C++20. So to use C++20 and try to build a game engine. But on the other hand, it's also, like I've said, it's stuff I've tried to build in the past. And in the end, it's all thrown away because the implementation is just was not good. These are hard problems. If you take, for example, the thing with dealing with hashing of identifiers when you don't have const expression, the longevity of code that you make like that. You just need to look at Unreal, right? Unreal solves the problem of reflection by using this humongous tooling. There's the Unreal header tool, which goes through and analyzes all the code and generates code that then is included in your actual code along the lines that I used to teach. One of the solutions. It's actually used by Unreal together with lots of macro tricks and stuff like that, right? And the thing is that's fine, but it's not really very elegant, and you need to start having a big team to maintain it. And yeah, I'm doing the same code that I've done before, but now I'm using something, and I'm thinking this looks promising for something that I'll be able to continue working on over time without it becoming a mess that's unpleasant to work with. And since I'm just doing it for fun, but some things it could be used for. The reason I'm doing all of this right now is that I wanted a UI for my Phi emulator, my Phi emulation of a Phi-based microcontroller in hardware that I want to make an FPGA for, and I just wanted to have a UI. And I thought, well, build my own UI system using the methodology that I've always used in the past and see how easy I can do it in C++. So it's like a 20. So it's a combination of both. I do have a project in mind, but actually what's more important is just learning, So anyway, so what we could do is I need to... If I put something like this, and I could call it... So this is all in a CPP file, so that I don't need to worry about, outside. It could just all be public, because it's all in a CPP. And what I want to do is print value visitor, and I've got a does this stop showing that? This is Visual Studio 2022. I have a plugin. Toggle editor tooltips, and I have a keyboard combination for it. So, see, no tooltips. Oh, wrong buttons. No tooltips. Tooltips. How cool is that? I've just turned them off because they were interfering with me reading the code. Template. Ah! I turned them off and it came up again. Go. What? Oh. Seriously. Oh, there, it's not to do with the mouse. It's this. Provide sample. That's really annoying. Go away! I don't want to see you. That's probably a way of turning that off. I hope so. Anyway, right. So, I hate those pop-ups. Right, so the print value visitor, operator, and then we could just, right, this relies on it having a way of being able to do, well, we'll see what happens. I can try that and see what happens. Then when you want to, we just do visit, print visitor, my variant. So, and it must be, so debug, print value visitor and my variant. I need to get the type value entry const value entry value equals that, and why it doesn't like that's a little odd. See what's wrong with that. That's better. So take the value entry, and then so what I need to do, please double click. Why isn't it selecting? Thank you. Value. So that seems to compile. I really want this to return a string. Standard string, and we're going to do and this I need to change to be string and return value. Be interesting to see if that works. So that will get the string. Return value string. All right. And where will I test this? I can test this in In Notice, I've got the debug on here. Let's just try and print the value. Debug to string ID. C str. And that should be it. We'll see if we see what happens if it compiles. Even I didn't expect it to. The problem here is cannot convert basics from const t can't convert from const t to basic string. So see here we have the variant, my variant. My variant. Value entry, value variant. Now it's printing that error message 5 times, so it's printing it for once for every type. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably 2 of those are the same. So every time it tries to build that, yeah, it can't convert them to a string. Now, just try something here because I've not tried to do this before. Let's see if I can. Yeah, it doesn't know how to. It takes the right-hand operation of const t. It does not seem to like that. So what I'm going to try and do . add file called test.cpp. I'll put in this example code in here. And then currently I'm in property tree. See if this works. Oh, it's going to fail in the other place anyway, which was down in here. Oh, come on, Dino type. End if. Thank you. Right, so we've gone to this and comment out that and well, it compiled let me just do get char. I can test this language feature out. The variant hold 3. Right, so this worked. Now what I want to do is change. What's the variance of 3? If I want to do all the build with built-in types, will that work? Yeah, and that worked absolutely fine. And now we try and include nuggets color. We'll see if that works. Right, as I thought. So, because I'm using a type, the error message is not really very helpful, as usual. But basically, because a single type here, it doesn't. So what I want to know is how I can actually, I don't know. I've never done it. I have never done that. Made my own type that could print in that way using the. So how can I make my own type print convert to a string in C++ 20? How does that work? So some kind of magic? Such as overloading the. All right, well, that looks stupidly simple here. Let me go to and types. So my types, I have class color. I have this color class here. I might as well put that in there then. So standard toString, well, in this case I need to return. So I think I can probably do the following. If I want to convert this to a string, I need to do object.r. So I suppose we can go I'm nervous of this kind of stuff because should I be using a string stream? Probably. I can't do it. I need. Then if I'm doing that, then I need to include the headers in there, and I'll do it just this way for now. We'll do that. Blah blah blah. So it'd be better to do it this way. Seriously? What am I doing wrong there? Well, maybe it's all part of the... Yeah, so if I brought in this, of course, that stream stuff, if I bring that in, I can avoid all these adding of strings together, but let's just get this to work first of all. So I've got a function in there that convert a color to a string in a crude way. Right. So let's see if this compiles. ToString is not a member of and then that includes string. I want to tidy up that. I'm including all these headers in a header. Alright, still doesn't compile. So that's because I probably need to include. No, I already did include it. Ah, I know why. No, I don't know why. see if this works first of all. This compiles without that. So now the challenge is to get variants to work with a user type. So let me do struct. Right, so we can see that the variant won't compile if I put in my user type, so Y. Now I thought that the problem was, let's look at the error again. The error appears here because there's no of type const t, but the implication is there's a const user type. Oh, I need an operator for... Do I want an operator for that? Jeez. It's not enough for it to be a two-string, right? I want to get the right types for this. So add so it's a similar idea, but it wasn't. It was the need to have this operator. Yeah, because I'm using it in a stream. So I've got this in. I can do this and do user type and object. Just do that, see if that compiles. Yes, it does. So I think what I need to do there, I don't generally use those stream operators much, so, but what we, okay, I'm going to do this properly. Let me color plat. So this is the header that I made for this. That I'm going to inside a nugget. We can so inside of here we would put the this oh, what am I doing? Oh, getting tired, I guess. We want to do string, right, we put that in there, and in here Nugget color is no member 2 string. I beg to differ. I think you just haven't caught up yet. So see where we're at. Yeah, 2 string is not a member of Nugget color. What am I doing wrong there? We've got a struct which is color under in the namespace of Nugget. Color 2 string. What am I missing? Two string is not a member. Okay, so in color plat, we're checking if we have types.h included, which we do, which is in the namespace Nugget. I'm also in the namespace Nugget. Curious. Namespace standard namespace Nugget. Struct color 2 string. That's got me a bit stumped. Unless surely not. It doesn't need to have friend in there, does it? No. I'm guessing now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a struct. There's no difference between a struct and a class except for privacy. Standard string Nugget. I'm going to stare at this all blooming day. Let's rebuild the entire solution. It still insists. So there is this error marked here. What's this error? Identify color is undefined. Could be that we need to say that. Still has no member toString. This is getting weird. All right, well, if we're going to debug that, then I'm going to just have to go back to basics. I don't understand what's going on, so let's give something. Let's do something. When things don't make sense, look for something that does make sense. I'm defining the function foo. Okay, that works. Then we call it toString. Test has no member foo. What? Let me try compiling it. I think that's IntelliSense going nuts. That was a red herring. Yeah, no function definition toString found, and then down here we have to define that. So okay, so we do that by doing void test toString that works. Oh, I put it down here. Sorry, yes, I was getting confused with that. So yeah, we put that in the header. So that's down here, which is fine. So then I say, all right, but I want to put this namespace foo. No problem. Use the namespace nugget. You have an error here, but that's the one I knew about. But this is working fine. So I'm going to gradually... Let's take this out a minute. That... Get to where it makes sense and then creep along until something doesn't anymore. I can't see it. Probably something really silly, but let's try that. No, it doesn't like it. Oh. Yeah, I'm including strings, so it's not going to be a problem with an incomplete type. Yeah, so far we're looking Okay, just says it needs to have a return value. Well, let's give it a return value then. Nugget. ToString. Let's put in that. How odd. Oh! Yeah, it is. There it is. It's to do with the. It's to do with the arguments. It doesn't like const nugget. Ah, but that's because this. Is obvious. Yes. Okay, that's because I haven't got it. But we need to put that in there. And now we got that doesn't like it. Overloaded member function not found in nugget test. Nugget test overloaded member function. There must be more than one color. So if I qualify that as nugget color, no, color is not a member. It does not like that, and the reason is what? Okay, so what I can do is just do a forward declaration on nugget color. And of course it doesn't like that, but I think that's, yeah, okay. I can see I'm missing a forward declaration on the color class. If I put that in there, that should solve that problem. Okay, it's complaining that it was a class and then a struct. And that compiled. So I can only assume the problem is actually that I need to do a forward declaration of that class. I don't know, we'll see. So this is a class struct. It should be struct. ToString is not a member of. That's really really weird. Nugget color, ToString absolutely refuses. But maybe we need to qualify. Oh, what happened there? This problem will not go away. So we'll turn this reference here off and we'll go back to something that makes sense. It compiles, that compiles. So what we've got is standard string nugget test toString as opposed to nugget color toString. These are the same. I suppose I could try. Oh, come on. Flipping heck, the double click select isn't working very well. That one, toString, is not a member of nugget color. So this does not work with color, but it does work with test. Wow. What do we go? Where do we go from here? The only difference, yes, you're right. I did try. Thanks, TB. Thanks for drawing my attention to that. It's true. I did. You're right. It must be. You're right. I tried. My reasoning was that I tried to make the other thing friend, but you're right. I need to explore that. Thanks. Right, that compiled. But I now need to, but I'm not actually putting this call in, so let me try that again. And so this is, I'm learning something here. It's to do with friend. So, that's interesting, isn't it? I didn't think it could be that. Now I tried to go down here and put friend, but then you get So oh. What? Oh, this is something it's been a long time since I've used friend, to be honest. A very long time. So I'm going to just have to try to search for let's see if we get this. Friends are not member functions, but the prototype for friend functions appear in the class function only. It's not. Oh. So. I don't know if the semantics of friend changed at some point. But what we have here is that if I read this correctly, we actually can't have linkage to a friend function. Because the linkage to the friend function as it says, it's not a member function. I need to study what's going on. I need to study up on that. And there's the use of these things. You find areas that things you need to know. But you see that will compile. So the problem is a friend function does not have linkage. So this is to do with the mechanism of how the toString function can work. What I have to do is the following. If I am not allowed to do that, is we can because I don't want to put the implementation of this toString in here, because if I do that, then you have to include potentially more headers, and I'm trying to keep the implementation out of header files. So if I want to do that, then presumably I can do this. So let's see if we get there. Yes, no. A non-static because the friend is a I remember, it's a long time since I used friend, to be honest, and it's like I remember it differently to this, but the point here is that it is also implicitly static, which would explain some things. So that's fine, because then I can take this and thoughts on this are welcome, because I'm going, what? Normally a .NET developer. A couple of weeks ago I was playing with templates in C++. It took me 2 weeks to realize I couldn't implement a template function in the CPP file. No, that's not a silly mistake. Honestly, the point about that is that when you've been working in C#, you don't have to think about headers. You just don't, because there aren't any. And so it's all helped for you. It's all dealt with for you. But the problem, and this is what I hope modules will help move C++ into that, probably the biggest advantage of C# not needing headers. until you understand. That's why I had a course. One of the things I taught, because it was that important, is like the whole thing about headers, and the compiler creating object files, and then the linker linking everything. This basic architecture. If you are used to C#, you've got no. This isn't on your radar. You know. So it's not immediately obvious why you can't implement a template function in a CPP file if you're used to C#. The only way that you can comprehend why is when you have a full understanding of the whole include file thing, and you know, this is a similar problem to that, right? So I didn't clock was that friend is doing something different, because there is. I remember friend as being like this, or see, that doesn't seem to work. Maybe I'm having a bit of a Nelson Mandela moment. Did I ever, you know, it's a friend. I've got to look this up. This is confusing me. It's like the friend keyword. It could be that it's been overloaded. And this is an old C# thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, C++ thing. The history of the friend keyword in C++. So the friend keyword is used to access private or protected but making this right. That is what I thought the friend was, and so here we are. We declare the function as friend. The friend function is declared a friend of my class, which means it can access the private members of my class. But that's not how I remember it. It's been so long since I've used it. We try to avoid it. And I try to avoid it. And so that's not how I remember it. I'm just trying to understand. Oh. Now I wanted the history from ChatGPT there, but I didn't get much of a history. Although functions with global scope can be declared as friend functions prior to their prototypes, member functions can't be declared as friend functions before the appearance of the complete class definition. Two forms of friend declarations for a class: friend class F, friend F. The first form introduces new class F. Introduces F, but doesn't define it. That's, I think, the one I've used in the past. That looks familiar. following friend represents. That's it. By using it at the class level rather than the function level. So the friend functions okay. Which version of C++ introduced friend functions? I'm just curious on this thing. So it goes all the way back. Yes, I've just not paid any attention to that in all these years. All right. So, be that as it may, we know that we can't. Right. This friend function is effectively static. I have to create another static function that, oh, could that be? No, it's not. The definition is not going to. I can't declare it static, but what I can do is say toString imp, which I've got here, and it calls. So this calls that, which calls this. Oh. It's messy. And that compiles. And right, and runs. So we were running this one for making my own class. I had to introduce the operator. The issue is this needs to be. Yeah, I think I know. I think I've got what I need to fix this. So if we just put this out, go back to the property tree, and we're going to go to out to. That's it. Under here, boom. See if this. Right, so let's see where we got to on here. Unhandled exception. Let's have a look at the stack frame. That's where I tried to set the notice. It's probably that crashed it. So let's just take that off and make sure we can get to a point where this thing is running without. So, something learned. Bit overdue, that one. Done. Okay, so this worked, but when I want to try and do the debug to string, I'm going to just comment out that just returns a blank string. I hit F5 in the wrong place. Refresh the chat. Sorry about that. So this does not crash. But that does. If that does crash, yeah, then it means that I'm trying to do a debug. I'm trying to print something for a value that doesn't exist, right? So I need to do if data dot value entries ID data dot value entries no, contains is, I think, when is contains? So we're looking for, I'm just curious, when was contains introduced in C++? You see, ChatGPT doesn't even know about it. It doesn't have a contains function. So it can't answer that. It's not up to date. Contains map function C++. I think it's C++ 20. It is. It's C++ 20. Such a handy little thing, and it's... We had to wait a long time for that. So data values, if it contains that, then I'll do for now. So that now does not crash. Where I was getting to is, look, it tries to print the value and it says the value is undefined. So that's now a defined undefined as opposed to an undefined undefined. Thank you, I won't be here much longer. Value string, standard, visit, print value visitor. Does that compile? Print value visitor, undeclared identifier. I'd removed it. Let's bring it back. Thanks for your help, TBD, on that one. I could have gone there for a while longer. What have we got? No binary operator. Yes, of course, because we're back to that. I now need to fix that, which I now know how to do. So what we want to do is go back to my types Have I got the 2 string? But now we got the other one. And what are we going to look for? Well, it was the... What we need is define this friend function. I'm just curious though, is there... I'm going to ask... No, I'm glad. Make me smile. You don't see that often, do you? Yeah. I was thinking of doing some C++ courses. Would you be interested in that? Like private ones for people. Where are we doing? So the custom type conversion. I was going to ask, that's what I was going to do. I was going to ask ChatGPT about defining, can the definition of a friend have you got my my email address? I don't know if it's possible. Can I send people messages? Is it possible to message? I can whisper to you. No? How does that work in this interface? I click whisper, but it doesn't allow me to... Oh, in my other... Yeah, it's because I'm working in a pop-out. Thank you. See how complicated things get these days. Let me try here. Right. I click on the thing. Ah! Yes. Hey there, my person. How's that? Your name, Maestran. Hi, Maestran. How you doing? I'm working on the opposite of this. The engine in C. I'm working the engine in C++20, so that I can learn more about C++20. And it's actually, I'm loving it. I think this is way more where we should be. And I don't know where it will go. I mean, ostensibly, the reason for the engine is because I needed some UI for my project of creating a PHY. I'm modeling a PHY microprocessor. So I want to create a microcontroller that uses the PHY architecture or the principles behind the PHY programming language, so that you program it in the same way that PHY works. It becomes a microcontroller that doesn't need a clock. It's like a completely different way of doing it, making a computer, really. And so because I was doing that, and then it was like, oh, I want to build a UI in C++, and it's like, well, I always like to use this system with property trees for my UIs, and so I kind of fell into writing a new engine, which is that's what happens, you know, the best of intentions. I will try this year to avoid start writing a new engine, and this year I failed. It's like, it's fine. The value is what you learn, you know, and then if in the course of learning you have some technology that is actually really good, then you have that technology as well. So, do we know earlier C++ as well? Well, I mean, who knows C++ well? I thought I knew it reasonably well, and I found out just now that I knew almost nothing about friend, but then I never really used it. So there's always something to know. But yeah, I mean, I've been programming in C++ for 25 years. And for a lot of that, the language would just drive me nuts, because I was always trying to do things that were difficult. Like, for example, you're making a game engine, you need const expression for handling your identifiers efficiently. You want to have compile time hashing. You really can use that. It's like, I can't overstate how important that is. And you know, the workarounds are absolute mess. And you know, and then the whole of the object-orientated trust in me, just yes. So C++ now is not trying to solve the problems of object orientation anymore. Well, it is actually, but it's doing it by not doing object orientation. Well, I you know, it's like get stuff done. When I have to get stuff done, yeah. Usually get stuff done is stuff that I'm paid to do. You're not watching work I'm paid to do here. You're watching work I want to do here, which is different. Important distinction. Hey, my Strand, you know, if you were here right now, I'd give you a hug for that statement. It's one of those things that I'm happy to see the industry is slowly dragging itself out of the mire created by OOP. And it isn't that I completely reject all the principles of OOP. I use it, but I use it sparingly. I don't try to create my whole architecture based around OOP. In fact, what I do is I create my architecture based around data-orientated principles, which are not a new thing. It's basically doing the same thing I used to do all the way back. Way back when, as Mr. Carlson would say. Yeah, the great thing is that now the C++ is now actually making that stuff that I used to do easier. Because there's no doubt about it, if you're writing in pure C, it's a pain. I mean, it's not a pleasure, although if you try and do it after you've been struggling with OOP and C++ to try, not to understand OOP, but to do anything useful with it, it comes as a kind of breath of fresh air when you can just throw away all the rubbish. But just the memory management, just handling strings and all of that kind of stuff, it is a lot of work. So what we really wanted was a way to get the compiler to help with the stuff that in a way that didn't stop you doing all the cool stuff you used to be able to do. And they're definitely moving in that way. It's great. Aha! All right, well, I wouldn't hug you there. OOP works for certain types of objects and things, but I did post a link to a video. It's gone now. Let me post it again. I think it's a wonderful summary of the character arc, if you will, of C++. It's a great talk. May go find it again. Where was it? I can't find it anymore. Oh, there it is. No, that isn't it.
It's
Oh, there it is.
and
Sorry, I was just getting that link again. And it just takes you through the whole journey of object-orientated polymorphic solutions to the user interface elements and needing to draw them in type of thing, and it just and it's then create the visitor pattern, and the visitor pattern in C++ object orientated paradigm thing, and it's just hideous, slow, and the dependencies. One of the problems that you get is that when you want to add functions, you need to modify the base class. So it's like, this is no joke. It means that you have your system and you decide there's a new function that you need, and you want all of your objects to be able to have that function. And so you go into the thing which was designed, the base class, designed as an abstract base class, and you type the new function in and equals 0 so that it's abstract, and suddenly your whole code base needs to recompile, and it breaks because every single object that you've got is now required to implement a function that it didn't have before. So then you have to go through and add that to all of your functions. And so what you will probably end up doing is not having an abstract base class and have just a default sort of implementation. You make them virtual. So that way, if it's not implemented, then it does nothing. But that has a danger in itself. Maybe you could just put a not implemented exception there, but then you're opening yourself up to runtime issues. And anyway, none of this matters, because to recompile in this hypothetical example, it's like recompile the entire code base would take 6 hours. And guess what? You just modified the base class that is included in every single CPP file in your project. Your entire project is going to recompile hello again in 6 hours. This is... So in the video, it shows you the modern way of doing it, which is basically, I look at it as being using void pointers and or unions, but where the compiler actually helps you manage that. So it's gone all the way round back to where we were before, but now the compiler is helping you. It's a lovely story. I tell you, I really love that story. I start with the functions and let objects appear if they do. Yeah, it depends. With C#, it depends how you treat it. So I ended up treating it probably one of the best things you can do in C# and C++ to help get out of the object-orientated mire is remember that you should almost never create a singleton unless the architecture that you're using forces you. Because a singleton, if you have a singleton, it's an indication that you didn't need a class in the first place. There's a strong argument, if you've got a singleton, that what you actually needed was just have a set of data and some accesses to it, and you make the accesses static, because there's only one. And so what's the point, literally, of a pointer to it? Otherwise, what you've got is everybody needs to remember. You know, it's that classic problem of like, where the hell did we put this thing that everybody needs? Everybody needs to know where the screen is. There's a pointer to the screen. Where do we get the pointer to the screen? Oh, we get a pointer to the screen from this static pointer over there. It's like, well, why do you... How many screens have we got? One? There is an argument that says, well, you know, if you start doing it that way, it makes it harder to extend it later. But I found that that's actually untrue. And that the benefit that you get from just the rule, make classes with instances when you need more than one of a thing, but otherwise don't, actually works really well. I find anyway, you know. So the point here, there, to answer your point with the C# is that if you treat C# in that way, you get, I find it really works well. You're not forced in C# to make your code object orientated. It doesn't absolutely force you. So in that manner, it's, you know, you can develop your code in a rational way. But the funny thing is in C#, I hardly ever have any uses for interfaces. It's one of those things is that I worked once at a place where there was an engineer who was working on some stuff, and he really loved making interfaces. And he would make an interface for this, and interface, and the interface, and this, nested interfaces everywhere. Could not for the life of me really understand what was going on. Because that's one of the problems that you get with that kind of abstraction. Do you know that in Kickoff Revival, which I developed almost all the code myself, there were some engineers who helped because of time, but architected the whole damn thing, and there was only one place I used interfaces. So everything else, nice and abstract, detached things, you know, from each other, all the rest of it, but only one place I used interfaces, and that was for the input routing, because there it made sense. It's like you've got input that comes from an input controller, and then you need to send it to the game, but you could send it to a recorder as well as the game, so you can record your input and then send it to the game and to, well, actually, if you're doing network play, send it to a recorder, but at the same time, send it to the network protocol stack for NetPlay, and then that would have an output from there that would drive the game. So what you would need to do for every configuration, you would have different plug boards. And there was had a module which literally did that initialization when a game started and said, okay, we're sending this controller it goes to here, and then it also goes to there, and then that module sends the input to there, and so on. And when you wanted to replay the game, you could replay the recorded input, then it has to... So in that case where you've got like a plug board where you need very flexible sending of data from one stream to somewhere else, that's a brilliant use of interfaces. That was the only interface I needed. I could go on, but we've got some chat going, so I'm going to have a look at that. So, functional style, yeah. The big problem with OOP, in my opinion, is that is not the object-orientated part, but rather the Java-like idea where every object refers to other objects by pointers, usually an ad hoc graph. Well, yes. I mean, that problem is that's what I was alluding to when I was saying about you know, the singleton problem. It's I don't know whether it's directly OOP or it's kind of like a emergent from attempts to make OOP work. Yeah, I think it is. It's with OOP, people think about construction and destruction, and there's this idea that you have to create the objects that you use yourself, and then you have to store the place there. Their memory address needs to be sort of stored somewhere, and then you need to remember where you stored it. And then you end up with a chain, is you need to remember where you stored the thing that remembers where you stored the thing that remembers where you stored the pointer to the screen. And yeah, that is definitely a nightmare. And a way of avoiding that is to embrace globality, which is one of my podcast, the Moths of Programming. Global variables are bad. No, they're not. If you use them in the right place, then you can avoid all this pointer to a pointer to a pointer to a pointer. So, definitely. Software architecture is definitely hard. There's some good video by some Adobe guy on how to do polymorphism without doing the mess of extended object. Yeah, I just posted a video, which I don't know if it's the same one, but the video I just posted covers that topic, and that you can now, you are really doing the same things that we used to do. In fact, it's quite funny because in that video that I posted there, it goes through the beginning. He says, in order to do our UI, we're going to use a switch statement, and it's just going to switch on the type of object and then call whichever draw function. And it's like the audience are all there with horror on their faces. And you go through this whole journey until eventually using the variants and the new facilities in C++ to implement this, and it gets optimized by the compiler down to a switch statement. So it's beautiful. So this is what we want. We want a compiler that helps us do what we always used to do. You know, instead of forcing us to try and do it in some other wacky way that just doesn't work. You know, it's very good. Inheritance is the base class of all evil.
So for this talk,
yeah, I'll have a look at that later. It's now in my history. But yes, that's my argument against object-oriented programming. Ultimately, it goes like this: Alan Kay, the one who actually came up with the idea of object-oriented programming in the first place, had a different idea to the idea that transpired. To the one that actually transpired, which is that he actually regretted the use of the word object, because the object, it just made everybody think of concrete things, and it made everybody think in nouns, and the language of software engineering became all noun based with very few verbs, and he kind of regretted using the word object. But if you ask Alan Kay, he said what object orientation is above all things, above all else. Most important thing, late binding. Now, late binding means that the connection between concepts that you use in your code occur as late as possible, not as early as possible. There is a great wisdom to this, because the later The more that you can defer the binding between things, the greater the flexibility that you have, and the greater the flexibility that you have, the better the quality of the software that you can generate, because you're not getting locked in at an earlier stage to a framework that isn't fit for purpose for what you need. And very often when you develop software, you don't know where you're going. You don't have it all understood. The requirements change as you go along. There were things that you hadn't thought of. There are ways in which features that you need interact, and they cause problems that you didn't expect, and so on. And then so you need to modify your refactor your architecture as you go. And if you bind everything together as really early on, that refactoring is going to be really difficult. So Alan Kay kind of realized that, you know, late binding. Well, late binding means runtime binding. The earliest form of binding that you can have is compile time binding. The latest form of binding that you can have is where things are bound at runtime. And there is this balance, or this thing, this spectrum between late binding and early binding. And it's utterly critical to the whole of software development and the problems that it faces. And there's a conflict, because there's been, for ever such a long time, this desire to try and make the compiler foolproof, so that whatever you do, the compiler can analyze that at compile time and tell you whether or not your program is going to be successful, or it's going to work or not. This attempt, totally flying in the face of the famous paper from Alan Turing, which basically proved that you couldn't do that, but that's beside the point. What you end up with is, you see it with object-oriented programming and that damn base class. One of the principles of of good software architecture is decoupling of things, is removing dependencies between things. And if you're looking at it from Alan Kay's point of view, you leave the dependencies as late as possible. Well, there isn't an earlier point to create dependencies than the damn base class, for which, on which every single other object that you have within the hierarchy all depend upon that object. You've created a central dependency. It's the complete opposite of what you want. And it's the earliest form of binding, and it's inheritance, and this is why inheritance doesn't work. And it's been said for a very long time. I mean, the Gang of Four book, in the Gang of Four book, as it's called, with the software architecture patterns and all that, actually say favor composition over inheritance. Inheritance is a bad idea. And you know, yes, turns out you don't need it. Rant over. I'll get back to the chat. Nice points in the chat here. I've missed doing this. We just stick different labels on it until we discover it. Yes, I know. Object-orientated design. No, data-orientated design, I'm sorry, is a case in point with that. Singletons are used for a few things, like having a thread pool in a DLL. Yeah, there can be times where the architecture that you're working with requires that you create a singleton. And that's, for me, the only time that really a singleton is necessary. But otherwise, you know, if you want to make a pool, thread pool, you could just have static functions and you say, give me a thread. You know, start a thread, close a thread. There isn't anything intrinsically wrong with that. But yeah, if you are working with some kind of framework where it can make sense in the terms of the framework. Hi there, Dan D. McGee. How am I supposed to remember all that? I don't know. You could hit record, I suppose, but I don't know which bit you're referring to there. That's why a bunch of newer languages are introducing the idea of context that implicitly gets passed around. Are you symbol at this pointer in C++? Well, you know, but the thing about a context, it's just context. It's sort of a contained globality. if you think, contexts have been around a long time. I mean, in different ways. I mean, so, you know, a graphics context. What's a graphics context? A graphics context is holding, in effect, the state of the graphics engine, right? Or holding, or allows you to do operations with a certain configuration of a thing. You can do that, right? But that means that what it is it's global variables again, maybe with some protection. But in the end, it's embracing globality, you know, and that's probably the point with this pointer is it's trying to do that within a single class. But the thing is that's too granular. It's what I think. Who was saying that? Maestran, I think. Someone was saying it about being too granular. You know. The reality is that objects do need to be able to talk to each other. And so you always have this issue. If you don't provide a mechanism for things that don't know about each other to communicate with each other, you're going to have trouble. You're going to have difficulty creating two modules that are detached from each other but able to communicate. Actually, that's what the notice board pattern that I love, what it does. Modules only need to be aware of the notice board pattern. The notice board, I should say, which is a kind of a global object. You can think of it as a context too, right? And so module A communicates to module B through the notice board. So A and B have no idea of each other at all. And the responsibility for notifying whoever's interested in a notice belongs to the notice board. So you get rid of the problem that the one who's generating the notice is also responsible for delivering the notice. That breaks the idea of, you know, separation of concerns. The generation of a message and the delivery of the message are two separate things. But in a lot of message based architectures, the delivery of the message is, in effect, down to the maker of the message, at the very least temporally, even if it goes through APIs. The point is the message is delivered at the same time that the creator of the message dispatched it. So you can think of it as, in a time sense, it is actually the one who created the message who has delivered it. It's on their stack. It's on their execution stack. You know? So it's good if you could separate them. You deliver the message any time. When the message is picked up is not your concern. That's what I call temporal, decoupling. That's it. Temporal decoupling. You decouple time. You create the message at a different time to when the message is delivered. And this, it turns out, is quite advantageous. But I'm going all over the place here. My gosh, you've unleashed me. Anyway, what? My C++ improved a lot after I did a bunch of scheme programming. Yes, that would happen. Learning to think functionally helped get a much better perspective of when to write objects and when to write functions. It was me who thinks it's easy to break your objects. Yes, I thought so, yeah. Like, rather than storing a list of integers to define triangles, you could define a triangle class that holds 3 indexes. Yes, that's a great example. It's like you want to define a triangle. Why would you want to create 3 vertices classes? But that's the old thing. It's like, you know, try to understand what the right balance is when you're building an architecture. Anyway, that was fun. I'm going to carry on with whatever it was that I was trying to do. What I was trying to do was build an operator here for the stream operator for my class. which is the color class, because I store colors in my notice board. So we get to, I think I could probably just call here toString. toString obj. And what's this happened here? Yes, I don't know why that disappeared. That should have disappeared. It doesn't. What's this plus doing here? Anyway, I don't like this code because you wondered what the hell am I doing? I wanted to put the conversion of a color to a string inside the CPP so that I can include string stream isn't it? Oh, there we go. That's that. I can include string stream. Did I spell it right? No. stream. Because otherwise I'd be having to include stream in every single... I would have to include it in the header, and then anything that's using types would be including stream. I don't like that. It's like, well, they can include stream if they need it. It's like, that's that old problem again. That's why I hope modules work. Gets rid of that problem. But what this means is then I can use std isn't a string. This is where it doesn't. Yeah, the include is stream, and the actual class thing is string stream. It's like, so having got that, then we can build our string up. This is similar in C# to string buffer. And we could just do it this way. We could do our string stream like so. And for those of you, if anybody's there who doesn't know, the point of this is that it avoids adding strings together, because the problem with adding strings together is that as the string gets longer, it has to reallocate memory for itself. I don't need those there. Oh, yes, I do. These are separate. It allocates memory. And slowly growing strings in that way, it's pretty disastrous for performance. So that's always bothered me, though. You'd think that the compiler, whatever, would be able to sort of help you with this. I mean, it's really weird. There's a strong... I can do this. There's a strong fashion for saying that the compiler optimizes, so we don't need to worry. It's a very popular in circles such as Stack Overflow or Quora. Lots of people who will frown upon anybody showing a clever technique and say, well, the compiler optimizes anyway. And then here we are having to make a choice to use string stream. Is it really? We can't make the language. I guess it is actually a hard problem to solve. So by doing this, it's much more efficient, although it's more of a pain to write out. And then you can, I can return SS. I just return it. Oh, to whatever, what is it? Str. And now I'm able to do that implementation without polluting my includes with string stream. What latest? Meanwhile, on the chat. Usually store colors as int30. Yes, that's a good way. I do have a reason. I was considering doing that too, but I did have a reason. I'll come to that in a minute, but yeah. That is true. Yes. Yes, thank you. I could also have done it that way. You're quite right. No, no, no. That's all good. In fact, I'm going to change my code now to do as you suggested. The reason being that I was following a pattern. The reason I did it that way is I was following a pattern of the way I do it in C#, which I don't think you can. I don't think you can chain that. So if we do it the way you suggest, it becomes. Yeah, we just get rid of. Like that. It jacks the same code. I know you can put it in a line is the point, but I suppose in this case, if I did put it on a line, it's quite a long line, isn't it? So yeah, it's like are we compiling? We're compiling. My word, that was a detour just to avoid including string stream. Yes, it's the right thing to do. To string implementation return. Hey, I could pass. It's been a while since it ran. Let's see what it does. Okay, so we can see that in spite of this, I've just got undefined. No, it's not in spite of it. It's just undefined. Is the code that I had notice.cpp. It's in here. So all I'm going to do is just put a breakpoint right there. No, right there. As basically what's happening here is that I'm debugging a node in my notice tree, property tree. I'm holding my property tree data in a notice board. So every entry has a unique hash, and this is the hash, which I suppose I could switch to hexadecimal display, and then we can see this hash is B6, 26FB, and then let's have a look at the value entries. Oh, it looks like there is no data. The size is 0. So I don't have any data in my tree. Now where is this being called from? Because it could be that I'm calling it at the wrong time. Set any. It hasn't set the value. Ha! That's easy. I am printing it before I've set it. So what I want to do is go yes. Yes, those are compile time hashes of the symbols. Yes, because I'm using const expression, conster expr to do compile time hashing, which is just by itself is one thing that vastly simplifies the complexity of a game engine. Yeah, it already does that. Check for hash collision. So the point is, if you want it to be fast, you just use the hash, and you don't do anything else, because you can't if you want to use const expression. But when you're generating them, you can register them as you go. So this is all done in the identifier class, which has become a little messy. I need to refactor it a little. But you can do IDR here. So basically, ID is, it's probably in the header. ID is a very simple const express function that will convert any string to a hash, and it will do it at compile time. But if you want to register it, you can use IDR. Then you will get reverse lookup, because otherwise you don't have it. So it will be able to tell you the name of the thing, because there's an unordered map which will do a reverse lookup for you. Obviously, for that one can't be const exp. So that function should have a check for clashing, which is this register function. And so, yeah, I've got it's just a simple assert here if there was a clash. But the probability of a clash, this is a common concern about this kind of technique, is one worried about clashes. There is a very small chance that you could have a clash, and that could cause something bad to happen. But most of the time, the data that you use and the thing that you're hashing is not dynamic at runtime. That isn't really the use for it. It means if you make a game and you have all these hashes, they're all defined at runtime. And then it will, since you have to import them somewhere, when you import them, you can also check for clashes. And it's not the end of the world. If you did have a clash, you just need to rename the thing that clashed in any subtle way, and it's going to change the hash to somewhere else in the hash space and very unlikely to collide. And I'm using 64-bit hashes. So the probability of ever getting a clash is actually pretty small, but if you did, it's a bit like having two things named the same. Just change the name a little bit and you'll be fine. The advantages of using hash is far outweigh that potential disadvantage, which, as I say, is really neither here nor there. The collision. Ooh, you got me thinking there. Ooh. Compile time collision detection. That sounds like an interesting research project. Could you do it? I think you probably can't, because the issue is that you are needing to maintain state. In order to check for the hash, you need to have a reverse lookup available, which means you'd need to have a map that goes from the hash to the string, and you can't make that const exp, because the moment that you call some function that isn't const exp, unless it's allowed, I don't think it is though. I don't think you can make a compile time function that modifies a map. Although in theory it could be done. In theory, the compiler could create a map, and it's a map that would be thrown away. So it'd be a throwaway map, but could just be used during the compilation phase in order to validate stuff, which is quite interesting. But I don't think it's possible, but I'm guessing. It's an interesting question. Yeah, if you're using smaller hashes, even 32-bit hash is not that likely, but you know, I'm just to be sure I'm using 64-bit hashes, 64-bit architecture. Why not? It doesn't matter, does it? Right. So anyway, let's see how this is working. And oh, did it work? What am I looking for here? I'm not sure what happened there. I just didn't get anything printed anymore. We've got initialize. It's where it did the. What was the last thing I can't remember what I changed last. What was I working on? I've kind of lost track. Oh, right. Oops. No. It was in notice, wasn't it? No. I can't remember what I was doing. Sorry, I was all that. For here. Right. And then I went and did this. And there. I remember now what I was doing. So I wanted to. I was trying to print the value before it had been set. So the right thing to do would be to move this to the end of the function, I think, and then maybe now we will see it working. And right, well, it's a breakpoint. And what do we see? We see that it doesn't say undefined anymore, but it's also not printing the value. Or maybe it is. Ha ha, 10. Ha ha, 13. Ha ha. I think I want to get rid of that. Somewhere in here I have a ha ha. So it's just debug print. Oh. Wait. Yes. Right. Okay. So what I should actually, yeah, that was debug stuff there. So what I should actually be doing is sending out the value. So this is using the visitor thing on variants in order to do the printing. Well, oh, uh-oh. It's like, so the type. Oh, yes, maybe. Right. Okay. ToString. STD string. Abstract factory delegate observer pattern. Abstract factory delegate observer pattern. 1 adjective and 3 nouns. What does it do? That's a summary of OOP there. So, what does it do? I don't know that one. Abstract factory delegate observer pattern. All right, if you are off my strand, thanks for watching. So what is the, and all the good conversations. So this doesn't, yeah, okay. So we got to the point where I could print it. So I'm not sure what the value, maybe value dot to string. Maybe that. No. So I was able to so this is a bit weird. So this compiles, and it's able to compile because if value is a color, then in my definition, in my types of a color, I have a definition of the stream operator. Now I should also be able to do this, let's say, because I have defined the function that allows it to convert to a string. And there's something wrong with that. Okay. Let's double check what the definition should be. Those the definition should be for in C++. Well, implicit conversions usually don't need anything. But if you ever use a type, you need a function It's funny, it doesn't say friend here, so it's like, come on. It could be that I need to put const here. Not allowed on a non-member function, of course. What would happen if I removed this? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that that's the issue here. The issue that I have is trying to get toString to work. So the pointer addition but if I get rid of that, it's tricky because with a variant type you're dealing with multiple types and all the types need to support the same things. What do we have? I had a warning on a recursive something or other. Recursive on all control paths. Jeez. Wow. Yeah, I know. That isn't what the intention was. Right, well, that compiles. And I didn't need to define a toString. Now what I'm going to do is print value visitor. When do I use that? Oh, flipping heck. I need to rename that, but that's trying to convert the thing into a string. Right, now I'm trying to convert the value right, which could be a float, integer, whatever, and all these will work except color doesn't work. So if I try String. Yeah, processors, computers don't like strings. They were never designed really to handle strings originally. It's still a point of pain. So this error has appeared many times because it appears for multiple instantiations of this with different types. Now, if I understood this properly, that should get rid of that error. The problem with strings is they're variable length data types. So that's it. Yeah, so I'm not... It's funny, I've been able to solve the problem of the stream operator. I solved that, but I can't solve a simple toString here for some reason. So I'm just taking out those for the minute, and over here I'm going to hardwire the value of that return. Yeah, there's also the encodings too. It was like it's a nightmare. So you see, this worked, right? And this worked because I'm not attempting anywhere in here to do something that can't be done on all of these. Then I go and say, look, I want to, you know, do that stream value thing. Stream thingy. And when I try and compile this, it will fail. And it says I can't find that operator, but the operator exists for the other types. The operation exists for the other types. It actually, it's where it gets confusing, right? So it's not clear from the error message. The actual problem is that nugget color doesn't. So what we then do is implement it, or have it, whatever the word is, in nugget color, which is broken anyway because of... But I suppose I can fix that by doing this. I'm sure there's another way of fixing it, but I think that gets rid of the recursion problem. So what will happen now, this is implemented, and it's actually using my toString function. And now if I try building it, I think it will compile. It did. So that compiled. So that was a demonstration of how the problem is not implementing the correct friend function. So what we need to do next is we try std string, standard string, a equal value, or we can write it this way, I think. Right? So what should happen here is that it's going to convert whichever one of these types, which is one of the ones on line 14, which could include nugget color. It's going to try to convert it into a string and put it into A. I'm not even using the answer yet, right? But what's going to happen is this will fail. And this time, interestingly, it only failed with one error, not 5 or 6. So what? That's behaving similarly to the other one. So if I confirm this, if I comment out line 20, it will compile. See, what you've got to do is, when the error messages are so obscure, is you're doing science all the time. I tried it without, I tried it with. The result was this. And you write a paper about it. Well, yeah, a mental one to yourself, right? And so now I should be able to fix this by implementing the toString. And our survey says, no, it did not like it. And why? Why did it not like it? Why? It doesn't see it. So this means that let's look very carefully at the error message. Let's copy the error message, because what I've got to do is more science. We'll take a notepad, and we'll put the notepad, we'll put the thing here, right? So this was that error message. And we're going to compare the error message we had then for the one that we get if we remove the definition. And it might be that comparing those two will give us a clue. Yeah, I know. This is the new error message. Copy. And then we'll pop this down into here and we'll compare it. Now, if the two messages are identical, they are, this means that there's no difference between that definition and the definition not existing, which means that the problem must be the precise way that this is defined. Science tells us if the shift left operator, which is used as the stream concatenation operator, if that was able to have an error until the thing was defined and then it worked, this one should behave in exactly the same way. And because there's no difference with it defined or not defined, it means it's not defined in a way that the compiler sees it, which means that it must be the definition of the function is somehow wrong. Now, admittedly, I got the definition of this function from ChatGPT. And I'm just going to go back to ChatGPT for a minute and just put it in and go, what do you think of this? Yeah, okay. Converting objects to strings. Well, it didn't see anything wrong with that. So let's have a look. I mean, I'm passing in here this argument. It's identical to this. It's a const reference to a nugget color. The return type, it feels wrong to return a reference. But this returned a reference to the stream. Well, I'm going to try. Should toString in C++ return a string or a string reference? Yes, I know. That's what I was thinking. Although it could be there's something under the underlying implementation that I was unaware of. Yeah, return value optimization, is that guaranteed or not? I don't know. I was watching some talks on that. It's complicated. I know that you've got automatic move semantics, but they're not in if you use something which is named. Then you have to use the move thing. STD move. But that's a little bit different to to the return value optimization. But that wasn't the point. The point I've got here is that there's something wrong with this definition, so that the compiler doesn't recognize it. What on earth would that be? Yes, that's exactly right. It's supposed to call toString on user classes. So when we look at the definition of color here, we know that it's looking at the right ones because I was able to fix the problem for this, and I can't fix it for this. I could do a horrible little hack, which is to use a string stream to put this into a string stream and then return a string, and I would get round the problem that way. But it's bugging me as to why it is this toString is not working. Have I misspelt it? Could it be the inline code problem? Could it be, I don't know, if I just did this? Who knows? It doesn't like that. In fact, I've got a huge number of errors there. Oh, I must collect them together. It really doesn't. It says, I don't know how to convert this. I don't know how to Of course, I could try using toString literally here. Like this. You know, as long as all these types have a toString, it will be fine. Now I'm defining toString here. Wait, what do you want? What do you want from me, compiler? No. Doesn't like it. So we have to continue with the science. As you can see from the error message, left of toString, well, it's a value. What's the type of value? Is the const reference to a nugget color toString. Maybe it's the friend. We could just try just to see. ToString is not a member. Static friend. We ascertained it was static. I mean, now I'm just clutching at bloody straws now. Are you serious? ToString is supposed to be ToString. ToString is supposed to be a friend function which behaves as a static function which is used automagically by the compiler, is the best I understand it. So it's not a method function. It's a static. And it couldn't be implemented in the CPP. It has to be in line, so to speak. Oh, I don't see what's wrong with that. I'm missing something. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'm going to remove color support. Well, I need to have something to work with here. I just don't understand why that's not working. Now I want to. So if I get rid of that, so now I've only got support for standard classes. Let's see what, probably got some other error I need to clear up first. Yeah, this does not work anymore because I've got rid of color variance, so it will just now return a default value. It could be, but I ruled out that it was the namespace because I was able to get it to work with the stream. It works with the stream. So go figure. And so this doesn't work anymore. What do you mean by ADL? Well, is that set to any? So it starts getting... Yeah, the problem is that somewhere in here now it becomes a tangle, you see, compile time dependencies. Now, because I wanted to turn off or get rid of color, I need to remove every instance of color that could be causing it to, yeah, right, this one. Oh, yeah, maybe that's enough. That is a good idea. I could try qualifying the thing more. There's still something in here, still trying to use color somewhere. I don't understand why I'm getting that error now. It's like I got rid of all the... Because toSpring doesn't exist. Whoa. 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 Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You can't do that. That would be my guess. Because I put that toString in. It's the assumption that you can do that toString with the others. I don't think you can. In fact, you can't. You can't do it because .toString, you can't do it. It's not a member function. I tried to call it like a member function. Let's just try. I think it's something else is going on here. This compiled, right? So what the problem is I'm assuming that problem was my class. But maybe it isn't. Let's check to see if I can use the stream concatenation. I can. This is fine. But did I ever test trying to do this with built-in types? No. And when I try and do it with built-in types, I get the errors. So there we are. It's like assumptions. I was assuming it was one thing, and actually it was something more fundamental, which is I'm just not doing the conversion properly. Okay, so I can't even get this to work with built-in types. That doesn't work either. So I need to understand how I do that then. I'm missing something. What am I missing? What have we got? Standard string A equal toString. Oh, yeah, yes, okay. Yes, that makes sense. Need to remember that it's not a member function. If it's not a member function, presumably you could do a toString, and the compiler has built up all of the toStrings that it needs. That's a very... Thank you. I think you're onto something there. You see, I've never tried to do this before. Maybe I did and I gave up, and then I just printed the values in other ways. But in general, it's only useful for debugging. So if you try this, okay. No, it can't find toString. It may be std toString. No. So, okay, well at least now I know. It's weird that I can do it with the stream. I'm looking at a Stack Overflow for... Why is that only toString for number types? Let's start from the bottom as usual. Came after C++11. Standard states. Oh. Which standard? Yeah. I'm feeling better about this now. I'm feeling better about this because this is not trivial. I still find it hilarious that I'm trying to get this to work with the standard string and I can only get it to work with a stream. And I'm finding even more hilarious that I can't find the answer to this. It's like searching. It's like, what? It's called SNPrintf. I know. SNPrintf. Who could hate SNPrintf, huh? I have read in a couple of places that with the introduction of toString, okay, I'm feeling better about it now. This is 4 years ago. The introduction of toString. This is the preferred way to have string methods for objects. Pretty sure this involves ADL. However, I'm having issues getting it to work. Friend. We know all about that, except you're oh no, that's it. That's exactly the pattern. You need to actually call the function. You could. So he complains next time. Post the real code, and then he says you could do this off the cuff. So is his answer real code? I don't want to know. It's like, yeah. Oh my word. So look, it's how to do this. How to do this then? I mean, can I do that? No. Can I do that? No. Yeah, you know. It's like, well, it's a moving target. That's the problem. I'm going to just do that so that I don't need to worry about compile errors. Then I'm going to go to my main, and I'm going to try something. Int a equals 7. Cout standard cout a. Get char. Return 0. We're going back to basics here. You see, it worked like amazing, right? Then what I try to do is have an std string as equal a. We go all the way back to basics here. Does that work? No. We can't just assign that to that. But what if I call std string constructor. Will that work? No, because there's no instance of a constructor that takes an int. Can we do toString? No. Or identifier not found. Now I could do std toString. And it works. Let's try it with a float. This is interesting, isn't it? It's like it compiled, it ran, it works. Now, what we do is we go to the... All of this is diagnostic. I mean, you know, look at the types I had here. Oh, it couldn't possibly be that the problem is string doesn't have a toString. I'm wondering now, if string doesn't have a toString, then you can't have a variant which includes string that then you can print. But string does have a stream. Could that be it? That would be hilarious. That would be in a way cool. In a way cool, and in a way terrible. Let's have a look. I'm now trying to print a double. Yeah, sometimes you just might get a good answer. It's like, from who? Look, this worked. So I'm able to use a double. Now, here comes the interesting one. So I create a string. I'm going to do toString on it. It's got to work. Come on. They must have seen that coming. How can... std string. Come on. They I see a little squiggly red line. That little squiggly red line. Look at it. You're not Kelly. Come on. Oh, that kind of hurts. String doesn't have toString. Because string doesn't have toString. Because why would string need to have a toString when it's already a string? Some bright spark said, we don't need to make a toString, it's already a string. But then you try to create a variant, and the variant could be a string. Or it could be, I need to look at that implementation, but it could be a string, or it could be a float or an int or whatever. And somebody one day comes along and tries to make a variant where it could be a string or it could be an integer, and then tries to make a function to print whichever one it is. And so it means it needs a toString of a string, and there isn't one. Why would you want to convert a string to a string if it's in a variant? Oh dear, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I feel really much better about this because I thought I was going insane here. It's like, what? What does this mean? It means I understand why it is I couldn't get the string conversion to work. But because I was working inside the variant, I was assuming there was a problem with my code. But no, it's a problem with the system library because the problem was including string in the variant and nothing at all to do. You see that? It's a beautiful example of when debugging becomes really difficult because of your assumptions. You always assume it's you that's wrong. In this case, the assumption is I did something wrong. In actual fact, I did nothing wrong. It's entirely the fault of the people who designed C++. So thank you. Oh dear. It does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can extend. Am I allowed to? I can't. I can't put inside the string class. I can't add my own friend in the friend function. I need to add a friend function to string. I need to add a toString to string if I want this to work. No, I can't do that. So here's oh, this. I'm so glad I got this one on a stream. This is great. This is what we have to do, because there is a solution. There is one. I'll do it. I'll do the solution. What we do is we go all the way to wherever I was. Was it? Notice here, you see, and and we've got our string, and I need to have a function that's, you know, it's going to convert the string to a string, and obviously I can't actually do that this way. What I can do is what I can do is stream. I can make a string stream. String std string stream. See? Oh, we'll do that. We send the value into the string stream, and we return the string stream. If you can suggest the code, I'll try it. I don't quite understand what you mean, but if you want to put some code up, we'll give it a go, right? And this I think will work, because I mean, you know, if I'm right, we'll see. What's it dot like? Return value can't convert. Oh yeah, almost there. That's true. It certainly fits the pattern, and look, it's compiled. Because string doesn't have a toString, but it does have a stream operator defined. And everything has a stream operator defined, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to put it into a stream. And so ah dear. Well, that still compiles. You see, look, it all compiles now. If I go into the well, it worked before, but I was saying, I don't want to have to use this hack of use a string stream. Well, you do if you want to use a string. I think I've got a few things to clean up here. I think that's okay. I seem to remember I hacked some other code. Color in notice. Color, right. I've got to undo all this nonsense. We've got to reinstate our color calls. which will now work because in where did it go? Intellectual overload. Here we go. On there, right. Let's see if that can pass. Yes. Well, it runs and it doesn't crash. I still haven't got the actual values out. But that mystery is now solved. Standard, let's see. So another alternative, I'm just trying to get that, copy that code. Standard string const, toString. Yeah, the problem is that well, we can try. I mean, you know, I know the crowd on Stack Overflow will be going, "Don't do that! If I ever saw a programmer do that, I'd fire them on the spot." You've got to be careful in this industry. You well, it's like, yeah. Anyway, sorry, did I start having PTSD there? I know. Namespace. Namespace. What was my namespace? My namespace I want to do is STD. Yeah. I could feel angry forces glaring at me. Surely you should be able to do that. Well, we'll see. Well, it compiled. So I've added. Look, why wouldn't it work? If it's Italian thing. Why wouldn't it work? Of course it will work. The point is that the compiler might not know that it should call it. Because the problem was not a link error, it was a compile error. So I assume that, yeah, you've got it, but it isn't going to use it. Right? But, I mean, how can we test this? If I'm in here, I could test this in here. Because there's all kind of dark magic happening, you know. Yeah, okay. And what I would try and do then is go std string z equal value. Because no, the point being here, so you're looking at that and you're going, it's assigning the value. When this is a string, it's going to assign a string to a string, but the problem is it's never a string. It's always a variant. And it's calling to string on the variant, not on the string. And it has to resolve itself to call the right to string. But that to string would need to be a friend in the class of string. I think it's too easy for this. We'll see. We'll try. We'll see what happens. I think I did not think it would work. And as you can see, it hasn't worked. I mean, we could try STD. This is where it starts getting tricky, and maybe there is more. Maybe this could work. It's possible. Maybe. It would have to go and say, I've got a variant here, and I need a 2-string on it. Do I have anything defined that says there's a 2-string on a string? Oh, yes, there is. There's one up here, and it calls it. In theory, let's see. No, it does not like it. And the reason it does not like it is because, why? It's because value is not a string, value is a variant. So we're kind of stuck in a... But if we wanted to make it work anyway, what we could potentially do is look for a way to do conditional within a template. So of which we look at conditional templating. I have no idea if that exists or not. It's a guess. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's like it's certainly a lot to be learned here. Tell me, what is Green Pun's 10th rule? Is that the one that everything in the end becomes Lisp? That was just a guess. But what is Green Pun's rule? So what we could do is using type equal. Yeah. Oh, that's even better. A bug-ridden implementation of half of Common Lisp. That was a good guess, wasn't it? That was a good guess. I'm proud of that guess. I've got to have something to be proud of. Come on. I was proud of that guess. Right, so using type equal t. Can I mean, I'm just curious. Maybe this works. It's like I could say struct conditional. Oh, hang on. I'm going back to ChatGPT as by search engine. So we go C++. C++ 20. Can I have conditional template functions? So the idea of another solution introduces concepts, of course. I'd been looking at some YouTube videos on C++. There was this thing called concepts. That's it. Concepts requires, and you say something and it does stuff. That's so clear to me. Okay. I'm going to just see if I can. You can concept requires. Let's see. If I have a template, type name, T, concept, is string, equals, requires. Let me. I'm going to check because I'm not quite sure. What would the syntax be for a function that works only for T equal standard string? And our survey says, oh, I don't need right. Yes, I can use std enable if. So the way this works is template name std enable if. Okay, yeah, I've seen this horrible. I mean, I'll just say, what a horrible syntax. I'm not even entirely convinced by it. Type name std. Wait, type. That's painful. Painful syntax. Well, let's try. So this says template type name T. Type name standard enable if std is same T with standard string. Value void. Type. This is the type of the function. I need it to return a string. Yeah, okay. So that is what I thought. So I don't fully grasp the way this is working, but this should be a function that is the same, that works when it's a string, and then in that case, we call one implementation and we call the other, depending on whether or not where's the function start? Type. So it works by specifying the return type, so we don't put, we take, right, okay, and then well, that seems all right. So what we have is that would be the one that's called when it's a string, and right, And can I have one for all other types? Okay, so it's the same, but you put a not in front of... Okay, that makes sense. So we'll do... I don't know. Oh, well, allegedly it compiles. And then if I put a not in front of that, when we have two versions of the function, I've got a special one for strings and one's for all other types. So how tricky is that? Does it compile? No. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, because I've got that was a separate test that I did. Let's try this again. It's compiled. That's cool. Now, I can use string stream. std string str equal value. Will that compile? No. Cannot convert from yeah, that was this is tricky stuff, right? I need to check what I did with the types. I've still got my toString implemented. No, that doesn't work. You can also try the... No. We can also try... no. It doesn't seem to care that we've excluded the string type. Let me just try. Sorry, I might be able to just do this. It's worth trying on this case. Maybe I was overthinking it. Yeah. No, you can see it just... It's not happy. So it... Return a string. std string value. It was worth a try. What this would mean is we could use one implementation for one type, a different implementation for another type, but I don't see this. I mean, I'm going to call it quits there on that. I just, yeah, I had enough. Yes, well, it could. Or just actually just embed ChatGPT in your code. This is what's going to happen in the future. This is what's going to happen. when code is buggy and doesn't work, they'll feed it into language models, and the language model will just chew away at it for a while and run tests until by accident it works. It's kind of a variant on the infinite monkeys syndrome. It's like slightly more efficient than infinite number of monkeys. This is hideous. I can't stomach it. I don't even want to make it work. What I'm going to do... leave that as an exercise for a later date. Everything is using Stream. For that is a universal way. Oh, I returned that. iString convertible interface. Honestly, you've just seen an entire journey of doing what? Trying to print a string. I'm moving on. So at this point, we still haven't got actually any the values coming out. So it's up here. There's the debug to string function. Which is here, and the reason we're not getting the values is that I just returned a null string because I couldn't get this to work before and I had to return something. So now diagnostics finished. We shall see. And there we are. Success. We've gone in C++ 20 so far as to create a variant type, with a string being one of the variants, and a custom type being another variant. And we're printing it. That's it, printing. Let's just compare that printout with the code. Almost. Bit of a failure on the first one. Key 1 is in fact a float and should be 10.0. Mind you, it could be a float and it's getting printed out as 10 because it was 10.0. So I tell you what, I'll change my test data to 10.1. Let's try that again. Ah, that's what the problem was there. So the first one was a float, and the others are integers. And that's superb. And now we can try it. Hello, world. Could not tokenize. Then we define a class, convertible string, public std string is okay, because inheritance makes everything better. No, I have a philosophy. I just made it up just now, this philosophy. That's right. What is it that inheritance allows us to inherit superbly well? technical debt. Thank you. I'm here temporarily. Could not tokenize something, and it should have printed that. No, it hasn't printed that because I put the there. It's printed it now. Could not tokenize hello world, and this is because that's good news. It recognized that it doesn't know how to recognize a string, for which now we need a regular expression that successfully captures a string. Oh, this one. Successfully captures a string that could have escape characters in it. I think there are coding competitions on this one. Well, but let's try ChatGPT. Surely it's going to be able to help me with this today. Let's see. So what we want is a C++ 20 regex that matches any double quoted string and properly handles escape characters, including escaped double quotes. This is one of the great uses of ChatGPT, because you could, what you would, I mean, you know, but I hate AI on a certain level, because the problem with this is it's very short-lived, because the only reason why it's going to be able to answer this is because of all the people who've put in answers, humans who've put in answers that this thing was able to trawl. And when people start just getting their information from language models like this, the end result is people are going to stop contributing on sites like Stack Overflow. And then the AI won't be able to do anything. It's going to get pretty dumb, isn't it? Anyway, let's have a look what it has to say. You know, yeah. In C++ 20, the regex library has been enhanced to support the ECMA script regular expression grammar, which includes various improvements and new features. Below is an example of a C++ 20 regex that matches any double-quoted string and properly handles escape characters, including escape double quotes. It's just talking back to me. I'm just... You could easily spend hours on that. I have done. We'll see how regular this regular expression is. I'm copying that expression. I'm just seeing if I understand it. I mean, so we start off with a it's a capture group. I'm not sure what those groupings really mean. Oh, it just puts everything in a capture group. So it's looking for a double quote, and then it looks for 0 or more characters which are not double quotes and are not escape characters. Okay, so it goes as far as it can until it hits either a double quote or an escape, a backslash, right? Then it looks for a backslash it looks for 0 or more patterns, which are a backslash followed by any character, followed by anything that's not a double quote or a backslash, itself 0 or more times. 0 or more times. Well, I can sort of say what it's... I don't understand quite why that works, but... the question mark colon syntax, I think, is not supported. We could ask. No. You could get boost. Just use boost. Let's see if this pattern worked. Now we're looking for this at the beginning of a... Start again. We're looking at this from the beginning of a line. Why? It doesn't like that R, does it? All right, let's try this again, because something was missing there. So we take everything in that expression like that. I think I didn't copy the whole thing. I don't think that R thing... No? Okay. Expected a... Oh, wow. Why does it not like... I think... If I'm lucky, it's a problem... No. It's a bit weird. Let me just try and put this here and see if... No, it doesn't... I'm getting a syntax error. So... Please check for errors. Oh my God, I hate it when it's like you get into some kind of weird state in the editor and it's just... Look, all I'm trying to do here, thank you, is that. Thanks. Let me try compiling this. I'm going to, I don't see what's wrong with that, so I'm going to look at this. Copy the error. It doesn't like it. It's just making stuff up now. Yeah, what? So what I'm going to do, it doesn't work. So it can't. It's incapable of seeing the error because in the end it's just a pattern matcher. I'm going to have to resort to not chat. You see the limitations of ChatGPT. It doesn't take very long until you get there. So regex search C++20 match any double quoted string with all escapes. So here's a Stack Overflow from 2008. That should be fun. 15 years ago. And according to correct protocol, we begin at the bottom of the page. I don't know if that's any good. Two-step solution. I don't want a two-step solution. Explanation of regex. Not interested. Here's one that work with both and easily add others at the start. This one works on PCRE. No. Maybe this can work. No. Let's try this one. That looks potentially good. Doesn't look like it uses any weird stuff. Oh. I'm not that much of an I've been using regular expressions for a long time, but I would not say that I really grasp them all. So if you say to me you can turn question mark colon into but that's PCRE, isn't it? A basic regex, that's excellent. Perhaps you could, I'm going to give you my email address. Maybe you could just say hi, because, you know, it's sounds like you'd be a useful person to get in touch with in an emergency. If you feel like it, no obligation. You should have you should have that in your whispers. So I wonder if we do. Yeah, I did an R there in front of that, and that helped. This new R thing, that's pretty new to me. This seems to be correct. At least it doesn't seem to throw up an error. Let's put it that way. So if I could put that in here. writing regexes is yes, there's an art to it. Where was that one that I got? Oh, here. It didn't copy it properly. Oh, that's so annoying. It literally did not copy. It added spaces in somehow. Where did those spaces come from? Glad I caught that. Right. And so we've got then a string. We'll need to add that to our types. So add a string. And we can add a string. And we'll give it a go and see what happens. Infinite loop. That's kind of interesting. Why do we end up in an infinite loop? That could be done. I suppose I could do. Here I have, you've got regular expression to match, find the next token, and then it calls a function. An alternative would be to have for a series of functions that do the regex matches, well, that do try to do the matches, and then it could use sort of just raw code. It might be faster, to be honest, yes. That wouldn't be too hard to change. But just to get us going, that's fine. Well, I'm stuck in an infinite loop since I added the. But where did it ever get to the grammar parser? It's kind of a weird thing. Let's see if it gets here. Yeah, it did. So it did actually finish tokenizing. Yeah. So what we need to do is go into tokenize next. We're in the here. Okay. Debugging coroutines in coroutine. That's interesting. No, it's still in the tokenizer. Liar. Oh, yeah, it's in the, yeah, so I was in the wrong place. Okay, it's in the tokenizer. So we do the oh, I hit the space bar by mistake. I used Antler when I did the implementation of I did the test, the demonstration of the Phi programming language. I built the parser for that in Antler. I don't think I'd use it again, especially as Phi's syntax is really simple. But it was a good exercise. So, well, scratch is a relative term. Nice. That's a bit ugly. Antler. Which version did you use? I can't remember now. Was it Antler 3, Antler 4 I used? I seem to remember there were some issues with the newer version. So I do definitely have an issue here when it's doing... Yeah, so the problem is that when it matched the expression, assuming it matched the expression, it seems to have ended up with a zero length string. So that it says zero length string as the match, and so then of course it's not progressing through the file and it gets stuck in an infinite loop. And the reason why this failed to match, well, a few things. First of all, I do need to make sure that it's from the start of the line. Oh, I see. That's what those outer parentheses are. So let's just see if that changed. Probably, would that change something? I seem to recall it was a bit caught in the grip of object-orientated programming. Got a bit annoying. Right. So then what we have is that the tokenization, sorry, the regex matches, but the length is 0. So what I want to do is just see how I can reliably get the length of the match. C++. Well, maybe I'm getting the length the wrong way. Can we do... Does this exist? Yeah, I was... following example code. I think that's... Because this expression is more complicated, it has subgroups. Ah! Stop. Oh. No. See, it's the length is 0. Matched false. Matched true. So I'm looking at matched true first. Why is the length? I don't get it. I was putting the length in there. Ah. I need the... That is, yeah, that is really difficult. Getting compilers to behave or parsers to behave properly on an error. It's a non-trivial problem. So it's not such a problem with the tokenizer, but if you are breaking it into tokenizer and then grammar parsing, in this grammar parser that I'm using nested states, nested switch statements. So I have a complete map of the entire path, and because I'm not afraid of using go-tos, I can jump around. So in this way, it would be possible to solve all of that, I think, but at a cost of this mapping becomes quite unwieldy if your language gets more complicated. What's it doing? Right, so the problem I have is this regular expression has a capture group, and by its nature it's not giving me the full length of the entire capture, which is annoying. So this is the behavior of the regular expression matcher. I mean, you can see the problem when you have a complex language in trying to get sensible error messages. You could just look at C++ to see, you know, it's a nightmare basically. So, oh, right, it found one immediately. Oh no, right, yeah. I'm looking for the first. Yeah, I was thinking how to debug it. I need to see it before it goes into the call. So I suppose what I could do is use a conditional breakpoint and then set it to a high hit count. Then remove that breakpoint, go back. I have a breakpoint here because I get the breakpoint after the thing I want to debug. So when I do, and if I step from there back to here, then if I hover over this, I can see it's 149. So I go into the conditions and I put down 149 in here. And then rerun it. So what should happen, hopefully, is it jumps to here and stops at 149. And this is when I am matching hello world in a string. Right? I was just checking the escaping of the double quotes, but that looks correct. And match is not ready, and there's the pattern. And it does this and it matches. And we look at the match and it says there are two matches. So the first match is for the whole expression. I can't. Okay. problem is that this is a 0 length. If I go into the match, the length is a function. I can't see problems with debugging. It's one of those things. Sometimes, I say my favourite way of debugging is printing, and it's for a good reason. It's like here, how am I supposed to find out what the length is? The length is a function. So in the end, I'm going to have to go here and add some code and recompile. So it doesn't matter how you try. In the end, you can never avoid having to do recompilation. It's at some point it'll get you. So then you might as well just go in and just do a print statement. And we're going to look at, say, %d, %d. What's the correct way to present z, %z? I want to print a size t, 2 size t's. That's it, and then I will actually get the information that I couldn't get through the debugger. No! Ah, and this length, which no longer exists. I was using length 0. Okay, let's go. Please debug this. Yeah, that would be really cool, wouldn't it? The thing I'm debugging here is the behavior of the regex library. Oops. What was the warning? I hate it. You do the run and you lose your warnings. Unknown type field. I thought you used %z for size t. Apparently ZU. You can tell it's been a bit of a while since I printed one of those. So what we got then is if I go through here, dung, 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 I've got 0 for both. So the pattern what I'm checking, it failed the match, the length of the match is 0. What am I supposed to do now? Let me show you something, MyStram, that you will absolutely love. So it's been legitimised. So I'm quite sure that there's someone on Stack Overflow from Stack Overflow, the Stack Overflow police. Oh, look, there's an std_printf. Because printf is handy. The fact that it abstracts the string from the things that you're printing, and it has very simple, elegant formatting options, which are great for debugging. I don't generally use printf for production printing. Depends. But yeah, here's an argument there. But this is debugging. So if anybody's going to say, you should not be using printf when I'm using it for diagnostics, you know where they can go. Yeah, IO streams. They're a bit, yeah, well, it's ugly. It's like, so what you end up with is your message that you're printing. You don't get a good way to look at what that message is. Whereas here, I can see logically it's an arrow with two, you know, sliced T's. And I can see that immediately. The other one is ugly. It's not clear. And so I like printfs. And now that you can do STD printf, everyone who complains about the use of printf and say that you can't use the standard, you know, you shouldn't use the C library. So I'm not. I'm using C++. It's there. It's part of the C++ standard. That's what STD means. I'm sure that they added that in. Just never mind. I like to use fopen too, you know, or maybe wrap it in my own class. It's lightweight, and you know how it behaves, and the buffering as well. It's not saying you can't do all of that with the others, but sometimes, you know. But what I've got is a serious problem here. This is a serious problem because my code won't run. My code won't work because as soon as I try to match, I matched it. If you look at the match, that's a real problem, because what am I supposed to do? It doesn't seem to be behaving the way that it should. We can see the prefix is because it matched 0. It literally matched a 0 length. That's the only explanation, because what comes back, so, you know, that's it, 0, 0. So it matched a 0 length result. Okay. It matched a 0 length result. How on earth did it do that? Oh my gosh. 0 length result. Let's go into, let's check the inputs. Well, that's a very good question. We can see the pattern here. The pattern that we have is the regular expression, which can match a 0 length. Oh! You asked the right question. Yes, debugging. Esri, you're on point. You're on point tonight, the audience here. What a totally sensible question. It's like, yes, remember that I got this from... I got this regular expression off the internet. It's as valid as asking ChatGPT. Well, let's have a look at this expression, shall we? This says, from the beginning of the string, we match any or 0 sequence of characters that begin with not. I can see what's wrong, but as it stands, yeah, anything that's not a double quote and not a backslash, followed by, inside parentheses around here, 0 or more cases of the grouping a backslash followed by any character followed by any characters which are not double quotes and backslashes. And what's missing are the double quotes. So you're absolutely spot on. I don't know why that wasn't... I think because the example that I copied was not including the double quotes, but only what was inside the double quotes. So as a result, that expression without the double quotes can also match nothing. It's like matches a null string. And so this causes the result, which then I'm going through and saying, oh, why? There's something wrong with the API. It's like, you see how quickly I go to that. There's something wrong with the compiler. There's something wrong with the API. There's something wrong with... I'll try putting those in again. Begin... Oh! I was holding other keys down. Oh, jeez. Let's try that again. The problem is that I'm on a riser on my desk here. And I think I'm pressing keys by accident. Maybe I should lower this a little bit. Yeah, just a little lowering of the desk. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. All right. So meanwhile, where was I? So we want to add a double quote here and a double quote there. Was this all? So you can't see the debugging information. Okay. I'll bear that in mind for next time. So, what? There. Right. Let's try this. It seems this R notation is R double quote open parenthesis and then you end with a close parenthesis double quote. So only this part. Oh, come on. Only this part is the regular expression here. It's a bit confusing. I'm not used to this R syntax, so it's something else new I learned today. Right, let's give it a run. I can't say I'm happy that something has crashed. Unhandled exception in property tree. I thought I was getting somewhere. In the tokenizer, it didn't even get this far. It crashed. It doesn't like my regular expression. Let's have a try. I probably screwed something up here. Okay, I got you. So I'm not going to argue with the library. I'm not going to argue with you either. Right. Let's see if this. Okay. There's this error here. Ending delimiter for raw string not found. That's not true. I see that I was being thrown off by IntelliNonsense. Okay, I've added the beginning and ending double quotes. I am rerunning it. Okay. Thanks again. Right. So, what happens? Now we had a match between our corrected pattern and our string and we calculate the length, and there's a length of 13, and it's all good again. So that solves that problem. Excellent. So let's just put this back the way it was. Everything was correct with this. This becomes length instead of length 0. And this is also length. There we go again. What? Abort. Let's see how far we get. I can assume that works now. Good night, my Strand. Oh, this parsing strategy is just to get me going. It's never going to be particularly complicated. And yes, it does mean that every token is being scanned by the regex. I understand that. And it would be more efficient to do parsing. If you want to do really good parsing, you do a character-based parser, I guess. But it's not a problem for now. Optimize later. And good night. So, what have we got? It could not tokenize. And what could it not tokenize this time? It's having trouble tokenizing a string. Oh, right, yeah, because it's in the grammar parser. It's all fine. So it actually tokenized. It successfully tokenized the string, and now it can't handle a string because the grammar parser doesn't know how to handle a string. So we'll just add that. Recurrent type name should be string path combine, and the path name notice set IDR path parse string. And the rest of it should be there. Now we need to have a parse. If I go to parse float, in general, I like to do the optimization when it matters and have an architecture that would allow for that optimization to happen when needed. But not worry too much about optimizing things early, because I might want to change or need to change the architecture, and then optimizations often conflict with such changes. So when things are stable with the architecture, that's a better time to worry about optimization as long as you thought ahead to allow the optimization. So when parsing this string, what I need to do is literally strip off the beginning and the end of the string. Parse string should turn there. And then what we want to do is return str substr one str dot size -2. Return. It's literally just going to be stripping off the beginning and end. It's worth a comment. Strip off beginning and end, double quotes. Yeah, I was wondering whether to also process the escape characters, but I don't think we need to. Parse string. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that worked. There we are. Hello world has been correctly added. We compared that to the. So yeah, and we got all rid of some of these mysteries. Look at that. That's fine. And what's next? I think that's probably a good place to leave it for tonight. I think what have I accomplished? I've managed to get all the basic types working. I haven't done colors yet. I need to make a color parser, but I'll leave that for now. So thanks for watching. It was fun, and hopefully it won't be too long before I'm streaming again. Take care, everybody. Good night.